Well, it's 5:01. We've clearly got a quorum present, so we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Have ended our recess, and we're back into our third night now of our budget hearings, or our budget workshop. So we'll do a quick roll call of council members that are present. Just make sure everybody's microphone is not muted, and I'll call your name. Please signify by voice that you're here present when I call your name. Councilmember Deckard.
Here.
Councilmember Hawk.
Here.
Councilmember Iverson.
Here.
Councilmember McKim.
Here.
Councilmember Munson.
Here. Sorry, I was a bit late, but I didn't have the right Zoom link. I went to the one that was on the agenda.
You're 5:01 as far as I'm concerned, that's on time.
It's on time.
Councilmember Wiltz.
Here.
All right, so we have all council members present. We've got a quorum. We'll move on with the agenda. We'll do just a kind of a quick overview now of our departments that'll be presenting tonight. So this will be what should shape up to be a very action-packed evening. I'm looking forward to this. This is a big one tonight. We've got a lot of great departments presenting. We'll have our public defender first, followed by our coroner's office, our legal department, weights and measures, veteran affairs, then human resources, emergency management. After that, our building commission, our technical services department will follow, our highway department, and finally our board of commissioners. So looking forward to hearing from all these terrific county officials and departments tonight. And we will now move on to, I don't believe we have an overview, revenues and expenditures, or I don't think we need to do, since we didn't have any adjustments last night, I don't think we need to do a review of the draft 4B. So we can move on now to our public defender, who is our first department to present tonight.
Kim has something first.
Yes.
I just want to let you know that Megan and I are both having internet problems.
Okay.
So occasionally our screens are freezing. So we may have to ask questions again, that kind of thing, just to give you guys a heads up.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0271, General Fund Public Defender. Personnel, $1,263,849. Supplies, $9,000. Services, $99,550. Capital, $0. For a total budget of $1,372,399.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Welcome, Mr. Hunt and Ms. Stuffle from our Public Defender's Office. They'll be presenting tonight. Feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, good evening. I don't really have any great introductory remarks other than to say we tried not to make any additions. We made a few in categories such as transcripts, that kind of thing, which are dependent on how many appeals we do and that type of thing. So for example, this year we haven't been doing much for 6 months, so there'll be some money coming back to the county from that. Other than that, I don't think we've made any changes. The only increase in salaries was mine and my chief deputies, and that was because the governor gave the judges and other ranking state officials a raise. That gave the prosecutors a raise, and since we're supposed to be equal to the prosecutors, we got that. And I think it was 3.2, that I believe. So other than that, it's pretty much the same as last year. Are there questions about that?
All right, thank you, Mr. Hunt. Yes, Ms. McKim, would you like to start?
Yes, just any comments on caseloads?
Well, no, I would say caseloads continue to increase. Obviously, it's been different this year. More people are not in jail because they give them citations. We still have to deal with their cases, though. And as I said, we haven't had any trials. We haven't taken as many depositions. So it's slowed down, but I think caseload is about the same or a little increased.
Well, I'm just curious. So does the pause from COVID mean that all the cases just get pushed out in time, or is there going to be a point at which you're going to have to clear a higher number of cases in a given amount of time?
We're trying to do that for various reasons. As I said, we haven't had any trials, and we think cases are piling up.
Yeah.
And we're trying to organize some systematic system, and so that we can talk with the prosecutors and the judges and try to clear out some of these dockets. So they're just kind of sitting there. A lot, as I said, a lot of people are not in jail, and that's good, but their case is still pending. So
Yeah.
if we can get rid of some of this backlog, it would help, and that will take us probably the rest of the year to try to get rid of those.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Deckard and then Ms. Hawk.
I just had a kind of follow-up question on the backlog. Do you hear from your clients a lot of, when you have backlogs, do you hear a lot of exasperation? Is there anything unique to this particular backlog that creates more exasperation, or what's the general sentiment that you are picking up from folks, if you could share it?
Well, I think we normally have them come in, or we have in the past, have them come in for what they call pretrial conferences, just to kind of keep the cases moving. And we haven't had that just to keep the justice building from being crowded. So they're happy they don't have to come in every month. Some of them are unhappy. They say with the case pending, even they can't get a job, or employers look at that and say, you still have a case pending. So that's the general attitude. I think they're happy they don't have to show up. Probably some of them think the case may just go away, but that's not going to happen. So I haven't heard any real frustration other than, as I say, with jobs. And some people applying for, say, Section 8 or sometimes that, or certain apartments won't accept you if you have a drug charge or something. So those people are kind of a little frustrated, and we try to move those cases as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Council Member Hawk and
Yes.
then Iverson.
Because these two budgets intermingle so closely, could you remind us about, and because if we should have a rise in caseloads, that will certainly affect what we have to do with supplemental. So could you tell me what kind of a balance you're carrying? And that does carry forward, does it not?
Yes, the balance carries forward. We have about $630,000 as a balance. Now, having said that,
In the supplemental?
in the supplemental, but we're spending about $1 million a year in the supplemental. We get, right now, we're not spending as much. Salaries stay the same, but if we
Right.
don't do a deposition, we don't get money back from that. So we're getting about, averaging maybe 200,000 a quarter, which only adds up to 800,000 a year, which, as I think I mentioned last year, that hopefully we can get that corrected. But right now, that that supplemental budget is going down and won't be able to sustain the $1 million. Well, I mean, if it stays at 800,000, then we're losing roughly, we're falling in the hole 200,000 every year. So that's where we are with that right now. And I don't see, we keep trying to do something on the state level, but we thought we were going to get misdemeanors paid for the last budget session, and it didn't happen. They thought they were close. They're going to try it again this year, but with the COVID and everything, I don't know whether they'll get any extra money. So I can't depend on anything extra from the state right now.
I'm just, what do you see as the amount you might have in the general fund portion that might revert back to general fund?
Well,
I mean, if you've had vacancies and whatever, that would make a difference.
okay, what's the question again now? I'm sorry.
Okay. In the general fund, if you've had any vacancies or whatever, and we could look at what your budget was and what you've spent year to date out of that budget to see if it appears you're going to have money left over at the end.
Oh, leftover. Yeah, I don't know exactly. We had an attorney leave, but we're trying to hire another one. And I think we ran that through the council or the liaison. And we need that to keep up the statistics. So we'll have some money from an attorney's salary. There's a paralegal position that we're still trying to fill, and that hasn't been filled for a while. So you should get some money from that. I think that's about it that's going to come back. How much of the special services, that's a big one, and we might have some money coming back from that since we haven't done depositions and any trials. So there may be some of that 50,000 might remain in that fund.
We never know about what you're going to need for the special services because it's just going to be whatever it is.
Right. That's true.
I was just thinking if there was going to be enough money to carry forward, and if you had enough perhaps left in that supplemental, that maybe that would kind of make up for your increases there, sort of help us break even. That was just a general question. It isn't that I'm asking you to adjust the budget.
No, I appreciate that.
Mr. Iverson, do you have a question? And then Mr. McKim?
Yeah. Thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Hunt. My question is about the malpractice insurance line.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there's a slight increase this year, but the 2019 actuals were actually significantly higher. And I was wondering, is the intent that we're going to go back up to that? I think, let's see, the actuals is about $27,000. Is that drop off that happened? Is that a function of practice? Or is that a function of just the way that the rates are being calculated? Or can you talk about that?
You're talking about malpractice insurance?
I am, yes. So the 2020 approved was, or this year you're asking for 16,000?
No. You're looking at the wrong line. Oh, right. No, you're right.
Oh.
Okay, 16,000. It's about $1,000 per attorney. I'm sorry, that was my mistake. It's
Okay.
about $1,000. Last year I think it was 15. So
Okay.
we have 16 attorneys.
The reason it looks so crazy is 1 year was encumbered, so it looks like it was.
We didn't get the bill on time. Yeah, right.
Thank you, Ms. Duffel. That helps. Thank you very much.
Mr. McKim and then Ms. Munson.
I just wanted to follow up again about the clearing cases issue. So obviously when the courts were closed, I assumed there wasn't wasn't a lot that could be done. But at this point, are your attorneys able to essentially work full speed on clearing cases?
Well, yes and no. We still can't get up to the jail to see our people to talk in person. Now, we have various systems set up here that we can talk to them like on computers or video phones. That works to some degree. But it's always better if you can talk to the people in jail in person to explain their case and to get their information on the case. We also haven't had people in the office. In other words, we don't have them just drop in. They have to call and make appointments, which works. It just slows it down a little bit, because if we bring them in, then we have to tell everybody somebody's coming in, and you have to make sure they have a mask, and you have to disinfect and everything that you people know about. That slows things down a little bit. But and the courts were just doing, for a while, they're just doing kind of emergency hearings, people that got arrested last night, that type of thing. So now we're back to a more normal schedule where I may have pretrial conferences for between 10 and maybe 15 people a day in court, trying to get their cases moving. So we're working on the backlog, and like I say, we're going to have to figure out good ways to do that with the courts and the prosecutors. It was also difficult when we started March, April, say, because at that time we were limiting people coming into the office even, and so were the prosecutors. And sometimes it was difficult to even talk to a prosecutor. They were home. So that slowed things down. Hopefully now we're back into a routine enough that we can start processing some of these. And like I said, it's going to take a while though, because the cases keep happening, and it's going to take 6 months, I would say, to get, or the end of the year anyway, to get back into a normal flow of business.
Yeah, well, it sounds like maybe a lesson learned for everybody in the counties. Figure out, next time there is a shutdown, which there's every decent chance that there will be, that everybody has kind of a plan for being able to telephonically contact everybody, whether they're at home or at work or whatever, so that there isn't any more delay. I think we've all figured out that video conferencing actually works pretty well.
I would agree. I think this, for whatever we have, whether it's another pandemic or something, they used to tell us to get ready, if somebody dropped a nuke on outside or something, what would you do? Well, I don't know that we knew that. And this gives us some idea of, if operations shut down to some degree, what we can do and what we can't do.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Councilmember Munson?
Yes, Mr. Hunt. I'd like to have more information about something you mentioned earlier, and that is the relationship of depositions to the supplemental fund. And I just don't understand exactly what that relationship is. It had to do with your funding.
I don't know that there isn't a particular relationship. Depositions are taken out of special services, which is in the general fund. So
okay.
I don't know that there is any relationship between that and the supplemental fund.
So is the supplemental fund based on any level of activity in the public defender's office?
Well, it's the same thing. We fill out a quarterly report and tell the state how much money we have spent, and it makes no difference whether it comes out of the supplemental fund or the general fund. We say,
Okay.
here's what we spent for whatever, salaries, depositions, et cetera, et cetera. Again, this is not black and white, but we get roughly 40% of that expenses reimbursed minus what we spend for misdemeanors, which is a big chunk. And so we have to subtract that, what time and money we spent on misdemeanors, and then we get reimbursed for that for most other things. There are some things, some juvenile cases and things that we don't get reimbursed for, maybe mental health or something. But normally the rest of it, we get reimbursed for the 40%, and that comes to us or to the county in a check every quarter.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the Public Defender Office's general fund budget.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1200-0000 Public Defender Supplemental. Personnel, $1,004,077. Supplies, services, and capital at $0 for a total budget of $1,004,077.
Second.
All right.
Again, this is, it's all the same office. It's just that coming out of the supplemental fund, which is the money we get back from the state. So that's all I have on that, unless people have questions about that.
Looks like Ms. Hawk would like to get started.
Right. I just, as a clarification, it really doesn't, it's like one big budget. And then what they turn in for reimbursement, it's just where their dollars set that they're getting back from the state. So it doesn't mean when we're looking at their budgets, we have to think about it as one combined budget and look at what they might have in that supplemental to carry them through for the following years. Do you agree with it, Mr. Hunt?
Yes, except the
Sorry.
supplemental budget is coming out of that fund of reimbursed money. That's,
Right,
right. It's not
But it
tax
is-
money, right?
it isn't like as if it's suddenly making more money because you're doing something different in supplemental.
No.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the supplemental budget? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept it.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you all very
Thank you,
much.
Ms. Stovall. Have a good one.
Okay, council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0007, General Fund Coroner. Personnel, $122,137. Supplies, $8,100. Services, $198,225. Capital, $0. For a total budget of $328,462.
Second.
All right, and we have our coroner on the line. Let me see here. I do not see a representative.
I did speak with Joni
Oh.
earlier today. I will try and give her a call, and I think she was committed to something else, so I'll try and find out where she's at. In the meantime, if you want to move on to another one.
Well, I know that Ms. Rice is here, and we could, if everyone's okay with that, we could move on to county legal.
The corner is pretty cut and dry. There's not a lot of difference. And she's got a lot on her hands right now. But we don't, if going to pass on this as is, or we could go through it. And then if anybody just wants to say pass, they could. I think she's probably pretty busy right now.
I mean, I don't intend on making any motions to change anything.
I don't
Yeah,
either.
everything looks fine to me based on the request that we received.
That could free her up to do what she
Okay.
has on her plate.
Well, why don't we go ahead and, so we've got the budget open. Are there any questions or comments on the coroner general fund budget? Seeing none. Okay, well, we can do a roll call vote to accept the budget as was presented to us.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, very good. Now we can move on to legal.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0277, General Fund Legal. Personnel, $588,859. Supplies, $1,145. Services, $43,538. Capital, $0, for a total budget of $633,542.
Second.
All right, County Attorney Margie Rice is with us. Welcome, Ms. Rice.
Thank you. I know that Dave Schilling wanted to be here, but he is out of town, so he asked me to present the legal department budget. It is exactly the same as last year, except for the reduction in our 01 line. Last year was a 27 pay year. This year, or 2021, is going to be a 26 pay. So we have reduced the budget by $14,545. So our total request for 2021 is $633,542. I will say that the only variable in our budget from year to year is generally the litigation and litigation deduction lines. We have asked the same this year as last, which is $43,538. We pay for deposition costs or outside counsel fees, deductibles, that sort of thing out of these lines. I can tell you that we may be back yet this year for a request for an additional in that line. Next year's cost might be a little higher. We have had related to some zoning out at Lake Monroe. We have, as you know, you guys funded litigation for us to sue the United States Forest Service. I'll tell you what, we have been busier than ever during COVID. We've been working, Dave and Lee are handling the zoning case. They've had depositions. They've had a lot of activity with outside counsel. I've continued to work with outside counsel. We've had telephonic pretrial conferences with the Department of Justice and in federal court. COVID has not slowed us down one bit. And And if anything, we're busier because we can do a lot of working of the cases, and get things settled and then just submit the agreements to the court. So I can tell you that litigation has kept us busy, and we may be back yet this year for an additional, maybe next year. I'm just saying that to sort of lay the groundwork and warn you. But we are towing the line with this budget and asking to keep it the same as of now. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Any questions or comments? I thought, Ms. Hawk?
Yes, remind me why one says litigation 1,000 and another one says litigation deduction 30,000. I'm sorry.
It could probably be combined into one. So I think he pays some depositions out of 31211 and pays deductibles out of 31213, but I think they could be interchangeable.
Okay. And the training and travel, that I would think you'd have some to be returning at the end of the year, since we are not doing travel this year.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're going to see some return of dollars there.
We never go out of state or do any extreme, traveling. The travel, I know that sometimes there's mileage reimbursement. This year we did do our standard Indiana Municipal Lawyer Conference, but we did that online. That's generally we get about 12 hours of CLE with that conference. So I don't know how much we'll have back. Because we've done our sort of standard training. Again, we were able to do pretty much everything that we do normally online. So I don't know how much of that will be different than last year.
Do you know if all of the attorneys will avail themselves of information at the AIC?
I know I'm signed up for it. And it was available to all the attorneys. I don't know if the other ones are signed up. If we don't have conflicts, I would think that we would definitely do that.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. McKim?
I know that the legal department provides notary services. Do those, is there any charge for those? Is that an opportunity? Is that a service that could be charged for and received as miscellaneous revenue?
Yeah, there are some people that charge for notary services. We have never traditionally charged for that. Just treating it like a public service. And I think because of that, we get a lot of business. So a lot of people from the recorder's office will send people up to the legal department, and there's not a lot of cost involved with providing the notary. So generally what governments do is you try to make costs and your charges sort of match. I think because there's not a lot of cost involved with having our notaries, you pay their whatever their annual fee is, but they're there already. They're getting paid on the county, by the county taxpayer dollars. We just provide that service for free. I think that if you charged a fee, you might be actually making more money than it costs for you to provide the service.
Do that.
I see. Oh, thank you.
But that's a creative idea. I think that we're
not supposed to be making a profit.
We're bound by that idea that we're supposed to make our expenses and revenue. We're not a money-making entity necessarily.
Right.
Nice.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Rice on the county legal general fund budget? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the budget, please.
Oh, you're going to do it from there?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Welts,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0308, General Fund Weights and Measures. Personnel, $62,923. Supplies, $5,310. Services, $2,000. Capital, 0, for a total budget of $70,233.
Second.
All right, we have, looks like Ms. Kemp, or Michelle has a question.
I don't have a question. I did get a hold of Joni. She was Coroner Shields. She was on the line for a little bit, but she said she made no changes other, to her budget. So she was happy with what you did. So
Okay, great.
thank you.
Thank you. So we have Inspector Scott Souter with the Weights and Measures Division here with us. Welcome, Mr. Souter.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Good.
And feel free to start whenever you're ready on your presentation.
Well, pretty plain and simple, as most other years. I'm keeping the budget flat this year. The only change really, like the others, is in the salary because of the one less pay period this year.
Okay. Let's see here. We just got the budget in front of us. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Mr. McKim?
I just wanted to know if your day-to-day work has been any different under COVID.
Yes, it has. Of course, I was affected by the initial shutdown like everybody else. And starting in May, of course, that was late for gas season to start, but most of my days have been spent outside testing gas pumps. I do have in the fall, I'm going to be going inside a lot, of course, with proper PPE. And yeah, working outside all this time, I have the farmer's tan to prove it. So. But overall, no, it has, I mean, it's inspection as usual.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Ms. Hawk?
Yes, could you tell us about your vehicle? I don't recall the age of that.
I have the vehicle I'm currently driving is a 2016 Ford F-350. And then I have the test trailer also with the 100-gallon Gruber on it. It was originally purchased in 1999, but the reason we redid the trailer in 2016 when I got the new vehicle, because the storage tanks that when I do a test, I would drop the gas into the storage tanks and dump the entire station's contents back into their storage tanks at the end of the test. In 2015, we realized those tanks were starting to corrode on the inside. And when that happened, we're still using the same old trailer, but the 100-gallon test measure is now just mounted on top of that trailer, whereas the normal test measures, the 5-gallon test measures I do a typical station with, are mounted to a truck mount unit in the back of the truck.
So it's working.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Souter? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the budget.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes?
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor McKim.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0012, General Fund Veterans Affairs. Personnel, $120,884. Supplies, $800. services 6,750, capital 0, for a total budget of $128,434.
Second.
All right, and we have Ms. Eltman with Veteran Affairs here with us.
Good evening.
Hello.
There we go.
Hi.
All right, see you. All right, welcome.
Thank you.
And feel free to present whenever you're ready.
Okay, so as you can see, we have very little change to the budget, except for the increase in longevity. Ms. St. Myers went over 10 years this year, or excuse me, will in 2021. So her longevity increased to $800. And other than that, my budget is pretty static. We don't have a lot of movement or a lot of need that is uncovered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions for Ms. Elfman? Yes, Ms. Hawk.
And I've probably asked you this in the past. I'm sorry, I don't recall. Is it possible to get a portion of your salary paid for by the state?
Sadly, it is not. Now, the big four, who is AMVETS, DAV, Legion, and VFW, are petitioning the state
General
the guys
Assembly.
that hold the purse strings at state level to allow video gaming in private clubs that would help support our salaries. And that money would be run through the IDVA. But at this point, there's been no movement on getting that accomplished. They've been trying that for several years. So it's all on the county, Ms. Hawk.
Thank you.
When you say video gaming, is that a form of gambling?
It is, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Just trying to put that delicately, but yes.
Yep. Got it.
Is it like those pull tabs or something, only more so?
You know, it's like pull tabs, only more so, because it's not something you rip open like you used to do at the Legion.
But it's still
Because of
get-
course you don't do that
More
anymore.
like
at
a
the
slot machine.
Legion. But it's like video poker, that kind of thing.
Okay.
I was
And,
going to say,
I saw Ms. Munson's hand first, and then I think Mr. Iverson. And you're on mute there,
Yeah.
Cheryl.
Counselor Munson, I can't hear you.
I'm trying to keep my dogs quiet.
Good luck.
Ms. Elfman, I'd like to know, and I'd like the public to know, how COVID-19 has affected your operations and services for veterans.
Fortunately, not a lot.
That's great.
We did go through a period when the county was completely shut down, where we were not in the office at all. I have been fortunate enough that we have one laptop in this office. So I was able to respond to voicemails and emails from home during that period when the office was completely closed. It doesn't really affect our population because them being the more at-risk population for COVID-19, they tend not to want to be near us or be out in public. We have restricted appointments to one person only, which does present a challenge if a veteran needs his spouse or a caregiver to be with them. But we make allowances in that case because we have to. The veterans need to have who they rely on beside them when they're going through these appointments. We're doing business as usual right now. Trying to get veterans through here just as quick as we can.
Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing that information.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Iverson.
And Ms. Eldman, I know I had the privilege of attending Veterans Court with you one day, and I got to see a lot of progress that was being made by our veterans to their personal goals. Has that been impacted at all with COVID-19? Are we still able to get those services to our veterans?
Through the Veterans Treatment Court, the biggest delay was a couple of delayed graduation because they couldn't meet in person with the judge and the court team. That has changed, and then they're now able to do face-to-face court.
Good.
Keeping socially distanced in the courtroom. They're using the bigger courtrooms downstairs. But yeah, that's still, I think they just had their 12th graduation.
Wonderful.
So it's, it's still doing gangbusters.
Good. That's a great program. So
it truly is. It truly is. Truly is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Waltz, did you have a question?
I think my question was right along the lines of Councilor Munson's. I was just wondering if you felt there was more of a need from your clients as a result of COVID. So she asked more about the services end. Are you seeing that there's a bigger need?
Not a really bigger need. The bigger need that I see right now that we can't fulfill, and I'm sorry, Councilor Munson, I didn't mention this when I responded to you, is those veterans who are in care facilities that can't get to me. I also cannot get to them. So is that a problem for them? Yes, it is. But we do the best we can. I do a lot of telephonic interviews, as does Ms. St. Myers. And then using the good old postal service, we're mailing forms back and forth to the veterans for signatures, or to their caregivers, or to the social worker in the facility. So we're getting business done. It's just, it's a little bit slower. And then of course, at the federal level, processing is moving a lot slower because they're all working from home and they can't necessarily do everything that they did when they were sitting in the office. But it's still plugging along.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hawk.
Yes. Did I hear you correctly to say you have only one laptop?
Yes, ma'am. Just one.
And have you requested a second one for your coordinator?
I have not, because it was my understanding that those funds are not necessarily available.
I think it's the serving our veterans, it might just very well be available, and it's something that is covered under the money that we can get because we're doing this because of COVID. So I certainly would encourage you to contact IT and get another laptop, because then you're both able to work if at such time that you both need to be away from the office. And
right.
It just seems to me it would work better. The other thing is, I know that the state is allowing us to do some e-signing now because of the COVID. Have you checked to see if the things that you're sending off to be signed either by caregivers or family members or whatever, if it would be legally allowed to use an e-sign for that?
Well,
I know it's another step, a lesson to learn, but it's not that hard, really. I mean,
it isn't. And wow, would I really love that to be the case. Unfortunately, the Veterans Administration just is not amiable to receiving e-signatures. And part of the problem is, for instance, I have a PIV card, which is has a chip in it, which allows me to do e-signatures on the documents that I can. But unfortunately, your average veteran doesn't have that. Your average veteran rarely has a V on his driver's license. designating that he is a veteran. So having those chip cards for veterans is a problem because we can't get them to everybody who needs them. And without those chip cards, the e-signatures are invalid. Or I should say unusable. Sadly.
That is, yeah, unfortunate.
All right.
Okay, any other, Mr. Deckard? Yes.
Mary, it's good to see you. And I missed times when we used to see each other a little bit more in person. So it's good to be back with you. I just had a quick question. I know we were all out for the clinic opening across from Walmart. And my question to you is, do you know, did they mostly stay open during the COVID onset and since, or how is that going as far as you know? I know you're not responsible for what they do, but.
No, but I'll tell you, they never shut down.
Awesome.
The clinic has been operational ever since the clinic opened. Now they do restrict people who can come in there. You have to have an appointment. So the hours that I was doing CVSO duties there at the clinic stopped the moment COVID-19 hit. I don't go there because, you know, that's just one more person to worry about dragging some kind of cooties in there. And I don't want to be the cause of an outbreak from that clinic. I do know that Ms. Wright, who is the Director of Clinical Operations or something, some title like that, has done a really good job making sure that everybody who's in there is safe, and she is conducting business, or I should say the whole clinic is conducting business as usual. So there's been no curtailment to services through there. In fact, they've recently added an optometry clinic, and they have a van that comes down from Indianapolis, I want to say every month, to do hearing aid repairs. They're working on getting the audiology clinic up and running. So it's yeah, they're turning that into a gangbuster over there, to what they call the VA super clinic, kind of like a super Walmart, only for VA.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? So Ms. Elfman, I just want to reiterate something that Councilor Hawk said earlier regarding the laptop. If that equipment is needed during the pandemic for you to be able to provide services to veterans here in Monroe County, I can assure you absolutely 100% without a doubt the funding is available. Request it from TSD. We'll get the laptop for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes. So we'll have a roll call vote now to accept the general fund budget for Veteran Affairs, please.
Counselor Wells,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Counselor Hawk,
Counselor Iverson?
Did you hear
me say yes?
yeah,
Okay, sorry.
thank you. Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. Have a good
Y'all
evening.
have a good evening.
You too. You too.
Likewise. Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0309, General Fund Human Resources. Personnel $143,784, supplies $1,000, services $4,500, capital $0, for a total budget of $149,284.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we have Commissioners Administrator Angie Purdy with us. Welcome, Ms. Purdy.
Sorry,
evening.
before she starts, I want to make a statement. I found an error in the formula. So there's an increase to this budget of $10,913. And that was due to the fact that I did not capture the FICA and the PERF for the payroll administrator. So I just want to let you guys know that ahead of time.
Okay, was the, does the amount, was the corrected amount reflected in that motion that we just heard?
Yes, it was.
Okay, great.
So, yeah, but I just wanted to make that for the public, since the public has a different version of the HR budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Purdy.
Hello, good evening. This budget is pretty straightforward for you guys, except that this time we have added one more personnel in that our payroll administrator has now been combined under our human resources office. We have decreased a couple of lines, and at this point that should be fine. However, we just purchased some new posters for FMLA and Fair Labor Standard Acts that we are required to have in our various buildings. And so those are good for 3 years. So in 3 years, there might be an increase you'll see in our supply line.
All right, very good. Thank you. Any questions or comments for Ms. Purdy? Council Member Hawk would like to get started.
Yes, just as in case anybody from the public is watching this riveting conversation, it is as if we have a new person there. We move from one office to another, move from one department. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. That's true. We moved that position from the auditor's office to this office.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Iverson?
And this question is for Kim. I just want to make sure that the version that we're seeing is indeed accurate. Let's see. Oh, never mind. I made an error in my calculations. I withdraw my comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? The puppy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote to accept the budget.
Counselor Hawk,
Right. Yes.
Counselor Wills,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you in a little bit later.
Yeah.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0361, General Fund Emergency Management. Personnel category $142,263, supplies $7,400, services $36,950, capital $0, for a total budget of $186,613.
Second.
All right. Welcome, Ms. Moore.
Good evening.
Thanks for
I'd like to
joining us.
start by, thank you. I'd like to start by talking about my budget request and then mention a few things that our office has been doing in regards to the pandemic as well. First, you can see it's fairly cut and dry from last year's budget with a few reductions. We have a reduction in the salary line, like those that have spoke before me, since we have gone from 27 pays to 26. We also have a reduction in our office supply line and in our program supply line. We do have the same amount listed in our training line for next year, but keep in mind that we do have a significant amount in our current 2020 training line that we will be able to give back to the county, back to the general fund due to COVID. Most of those trainings that we normally attend were canceled this year. We do anticipate to go ahead and prepare for those trainings in hopes that those that we will get back to a new norm and we will have those trainings in the 2021 year, which is why we did go ahead and place that amount back into our training line, even though we hadn't actually spent that money in 2020. One thing I wanted to note is we have $28,000 in our siren line. Almost half of that money goes to our vendor that does the maintenance of our sirens. So we have currently 41 sirens, and we do those monthly tests, but we also do daily checks in our office. And when we see that something has happened with our tornado sirens, we reach out to that vendor, and he is readily then available to go to those sirens and see what might need to happen. So half of that money right away is kind of set aside for that contract that we'll have with him. And then that remaining money will be used for various things such as batteries, the greasing of the sirens, different coax boards. It does take quite a bit of cost to keep those 41 sirens up to par. And so that's why there's a pretty big chunk of money in that line. Are there any questions just in general about my budget, or would you like for me to proceed and just kind of give an overall of what we've been doing in regards to the pandemic?
Sure, that would be really helpful. I think the public would really appreciate that as well too. Thank you.
Sure. We have been super busy the last 6 months. We had our first COVID meeting actually on March the 6th, to just as more of a preparedness meeting, more than anything, not really knowing that eventually this, like 2 weeks later, we were going to be doing a shutdown. That wasn't necessarily what we were planning for on that March 6th meeting. But the last 6 months, we've had daily calls with, at the beginning, daily calls with the commissioners, also Mayor Hamilton, as well as the town of Ellettsville board, keeping in the loop of things that we were getting, information we were getting from the state level, and seeing what resources various people would need. Those calls are still being conducted, not now at the daily level, but we are still meeting with them. We also meet once a week with our hospitals and get their numbers, see where they're at with things, again, see what resources they might need. We've been a big support to our health department, as this has been, they're the lead in this pandemic and we are just the supporter, but getting additional resources and various other needs and things that they have. We're also, and have been, a liaison from the state to the county as well. So we work with the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, and we also, worked with the Indiana State Department of Health just to assist our health department as well. We would do that throughout if we were in a pandemic, or even just in our daily. So we are the connector. Our office is the connector to those state agencies for any needs or resources with any disaster that we would have. And so though during this last 6-month pandemic, we've been very connected with them, but we have been prepared for other disasters as well, to be that connector amongst those state levels. We also are a liaison between the fire departments, amongst the rural fire departments and the city, just helping coordinate any planning efforts, any training efforts, any daily operational assistance that they might need. And so, of course, that was very instrumental during the pandemic and still is today, but we do that just on a daily ops situation as well, not just during a pandemic. So a lot of people have said, what have you done? How much harder is your job now? Obviously it's significantly harder now, and it's been very time consuming, but I will say that we have wonderful relationships with all of our county partners. And so that has been very instrumental in getting through this pandemic. So we are very fortunate that we have been able to be that liaison. And sometimes when things are choppy or dicey or unpredictable at the time, sometimes it's super hard. And so it's been great that we've had those relationships prior to this disaster to help us through that pandemic. So successful in itself, not just from our department, but from those players that we work with. So I'd also like to mention that I did receive my CEM, which is a Certified Emergency Management Certificate. I should be receiving that diploma in the mail this week. I was hoping to travel to one of those conferences that we had put money in for 2020 to receive that certificate, and that conference was canceled. So I did get notice this week that will be mailed to me. I will be one of 17 individuals in the state of Indiana that now has their certification in emergency management. And I am one of 7 county emergency managers in the state that now has that. So it's a huge honor to have received that. It was a significant amount of work. I've actually been working to get this certificate over the last 10 years. You have to have 200 hours of training and in the end, and then lots of other things aside from the training as well. And then in the end, you take a final exam and it's a huge honor. And I'm super excited that I finally was able to meet that achievement. So I also just wanted to share that with you. I'm excited to get that diploma in my hands, hopefully soon this week. So any questions for me, I'd be happy to entertain.
That's a tremendous accomplishment. Congratulations on attaining that certification. I'm glad that we have one of the 17 at the helm here in Monroe County in the state of Indiana. Our people are in good hands for sure. So thank you for that update. And we'll turn now to council members. Are there any questions or comments on the emergency management budget? Mr. Iverson.
Ms. Moore, thank you for coming. I just simply have a statement, and I wanted to very publicly thank you for your leadership during this pandemic. We have just done a remarkable job in Monroe County, and I think your leadership has really played a large role in that. So thank you very much for everything that you have done and continue to do. It's just so important that we've been one of the leaders here in the state in trying to not only flatten the curve, but stop the spread. And I really appreciate the things that you've done publicly and the things that you do behind the scenes to keep everyone safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. It means a lot. I appreciate your statement.
Mr. Deckard.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate, Ms. Moore, I appreciate very much you being here and explaining all this to us. I think it's a real pertinent time, and I can look back to previous hearings and previous council meetings where you've come, you've talked about training and the things to do to further professionalize this office, which is, here we are in a pandemic, and what better time to be supportive of not only this department, but our health department, because literally this is how we get through this. So I'm grateful to you. I'm also particularly happy, I'm your liaison. So you and I talk all the time about these things. And we certainly have talked a lot about that training certification that you have done, which is huge and noteworthy for this community, something we can be proud of. And so I thank you for that. And with that, council, what I would like to do at this point, I think in recognition of the professionalization of the office and the marking that certification as a milestone that we want to both achieve, recognize, and maintain for the citizens of this community, I'm going to move that we amend and add a line to this budget. Add a line 15118 CEM certification supplemental to 1,00361 as in the amount of 5,000 as something that we can both work with and maintain as part of this overall budget with emergency management.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion on Mr. Deckard's motion to add a new line for a supplement amount of $5,000 for the certification? Ms. Wiltz?
I just want to say that I haven't had the opportunity to speak with you, but congratulations on the achievement. And I see you and I see what you've been doing, and you deserve every ounce of appreciation we can offer. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Councilmember Munson?
I will offer my appreciation to you as well, but I want the public to know that this is not an inordinate thing to do for one of our employees who has achieved marked achievement in her profession or his profession. We do this with in the sheriff's department with deputies. We do this with highway workers who have special services that they perform during part of the year. So this is certainly something that I really support.
Ms. Hawk, did you have a question or comment? You're muted.
Yeah, I can turn this on. Whoops.
There you are.
I would have very much liked to have had some heads up on this. I'm going to pass on this. I really appreciate anytime somebody can reach a milestone with their education, and I appreciate that. But since there was no discussion of this, this is sort of like throwing it at us. And I'm not a part of your caucus, so I was not aware. But anyway, I wish everyone luck. I'll just pass on this budget.
Any other questions or comments? And I just want to say that I'll be supportive of it. I think that it's important that we in county government are encouraging of and supportive of professional development and training, particularly those types of trainings that lead to greater efficiencies or cost savings for the county or greater public safety. And so this is, I think, something that is very important, and I'm very much supportive of this. So I do have some questions, though, in terms of, if we've got a review that we have partnered with on WIS. As we know, we've discussed that, and we've approved that contract to look at all county-wide classifications. And Ms. Rice, you may want to get ready here, because this question may be relevant for you as well. If this results, if the WIS review results in an increased classification for whatever reason, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but in the event that could lead to a higher classification for our emergency management director, do we have other department heads that receive supplementals for certifications and that kind of thing? Or
yeah, I mean, as Trent mentioned, the sheriff's deputies get extra cert pay for certain things. And I know that, it isn't the first time that there would be cert pay in the salary ordinance. I do think that when Wagner Irwin Shealy does their study, they will look at our salary ordinance and our job description. So they'll factor in, the big picture. And so if you guys decide to go and amend the salary ordinance and include this additional certification pay, that'll just be one thing to look at when they try to sort of make sense of the entire county. They'll just factor that in. So it's not a problem if you go ahead and add it tonight at all. They'll just look at that factor and determine when they make classification recommendations. Let's say, for instance, the job has that as a requirement, or if it's sort of built into the salary, they would adjust things accordingly. But it will be something that Wagner Irwin Shealy factors into, and it's not unusual to have certification pay for certain jobs.
Okay, so do we need to specify, I guess, would it be wise to specify that it's related to the current classification and not to a future potentially upgraded classification? Or does that make any difference?
I don't. I guess if your intent is to make sure that the job is classified higher, and let's say the certification is sort of a given with that higher classification that it's rolled into it, you can do that. I do think that this conversation will be in the minutes, and we know we can pull those and we can share this information with Wagner Irwin Shealy. They're going to look, at our salary ordinance, at every job description, and they're going to try to make, it all sort of be equitable and fair and make sense. So if you add this in the budget and it becomes part of the salary ordinance, that will be a factor that they look at. And we can certainly point out that this change has been made. I know that, as you know, and this job has been talked about at PAC recently. So we can make sure that they factor in sort of everything, including this change to the salary and change to the salary ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Your question or not?
I saw Ms. Shell's hand first and then Ms. Hawk.
My
and Ms.
question
Munson.
is, with regards to this amount, Mr. Decker, do you see this as a supplemental that will happen one time a year? Or is this something that needs to be incorporated over 26 pays?
The intention of my motion would be for over the year.
Over the year, okay. And then my other question is to Allison. Allison, is this certification, was that part of the paperwork that we sent up to WIS for review, or is this in addition to the information that we sent to WIS?
At the time, I did not have that certification. I had received the state certification. That is an additional certification that we've actually not spoke about this evening, but that was added in. I actually received my professional emergency management, which is our state requirement, or our state certification, not a requirement, just an additional, and that was included with WISC. But since then, I have then received this CEM.
Okay, all right. So if you could make sure that I get a copy of that information to include with all of my WISC stuff, please.
I'll be happy to. I should be receiving that this week, and I'll be happy to provide that for you.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Looks like, I believe Ms. Hawk had a question or a comment, and then Ms. Munson.
Right. Generally, when we're looking at salaries in this kind of price range, there is some kind of a educational degree that you're supposed to have reached. I mean, we see that on, the exact classifications as well as some of the PAC classifications, so forth. So is this a master's degree that we have here? And then with this other on top of the master's, or what is it? What's the degree that we have that would be included that we're going to require this position, whether it's this person or another person?
Sure. So in our current job description, Marty, it says that a bachelor's degree is a requirement. So I actually have a bachelor's degree from Indiana University. So when you hired me, even though I didn't have my CEM yet, I did meet that requirement. This certification would just be an additional, and it is equivalent to a bachelor's degree. So I would just have an additional certification beyond what I had when I started.
So
Does that answer?
If you would go elsewhere, we would still require someone to have a bachelor's degree, but they would not necessarily get the supplemental.
That would be correct.
If the CEM, and the CEM, my understanding is this is kind of the gold standard, highest certification in your field that you can hold, right? And it's got to be renewed how often is that?
That's correct. It's the highest standard in my field, and it has to be renewed every 2 years.
Okay. Okay.
And
yes.
Do we have any idea what the additional amount is that I think I heard her say there were 7 in the state? What kind of adjustment they make in their salary? See, I'm sure you folks have all done this research. I'm just going to pass on this and we'll get more information later. This is not a final vote anyway. I mean, I'm sure you've looked at and tried to compare it with what other emergency management folks were being paid. So, but I don't expect you to answer right here on the slide. I won't do that. I'll just pass and let's just go.
Well, we can certainly talk about it and have a public conversation here. I think the number in the state, we have 17 in the state, only 7 county officials that have reached that certification. Despite, I think, Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, every county has an emergency management planner or at least someone responsible. Is that correct?
That's correct. They don't have to be full-time, but they do have to have some position that is at least at a part-time level in every county.
Yeah. And I just want to make just a general comment. In previous federal service during the floods, I worked with a lot of EMAs, and I met folks with different backgrounds that come into that job. And I think some counties have approached it in a multitude of ways with who gets the job. But I think the cool thing that we're seeing is a professionalization that is a little bit more than what was originally a post 9/11 response to all of the things that are hitting our communities. And now we have the virus, and before the virus, tornadoes and things that have always come through. And I think that this certification reflects a little bit of that. And I suspect this department, this is a big pivot moment for them as we move forward.
Yeah. Ms. Munson, did you have a question or comment? And then Mr. Iverson?
Yes, I did. And it's really probably more directed to Kim and Ms. Rice. I think supplements usually occur as a separate line in our budgets. Is that correct? Is that what we would expect to see? I think this is the case for the deputies, for the assessor, for the highway department. Okay.
Yes, yeah, he made a motion to add a line as a
Okay.
supplemental.
And then the salary ordinance generally is amended to match, to show and reflect the cert pay.
To show the supplement. Okay.
Yeah.
That's just what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
I also just want to mention that half of our salary does get reimbursed back to the county. That is just one little piece of information that's helpful for us because the state does have that requirement that every county does have to have a position, whether it be part-time or full, up to 3 positions and up to $55,000 for our county's population. We can get half up to 50% back. So the deputy director position and the director position both fall under that 55,000 mark. So we get our full 50% back to the county. So we pay everything up front and then it gets dropped back into the general fund.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Iverson?
I would simply call the question. I think she's deserving of this, and I support this, and I think it's time to call a question.
All right. We'll vote on Mr. Deckard's motion. Do a roll call vote.
On the motion to add account line 15118 in the amount of $5,000 to the personnel category, Councilor Deckard,
Yes.
Councilor McKim,
Yes.
Councilor Hawk,
Yes.
Councilor Munson,
Yes.
Councilor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councilor Iverson,
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
If you will give me a moment, I will add that into the budget.
Okay. As we wait on the updated numbers, are there any other questions regarding the budget that Ms. Moore submitted?
I'll use this time to tell you that since it's a census year, we will be collecting that data once we get that back, and we will be reviewing where we have our tornado sirens and seeing if there is an additional siren that needs to be placed in a certain area throughout our county. So we normally take that data and we do an annual study every year of where those sirens are, but we will take that more in-depth information from the census. So there will be possibly a bigger request next year or additional funds next year that might need to be needed. So just a heads up, We do have those pretty scarce scattered throughout the county, and hopefully that won't be the case. But if it is in fact, then we'll be doing a study and finding that data. So over the next couple of years, that could potentially increase the number that we have.
Mr. Iverson, yeah.
Just real quick, Ms. Moore, there is a way for residents of Monroe County to get text alerts in case of an emergency. Can you tell us how we can sign up for that?
Absolutely. You can go to co.monroe.in.us, and on that county homepage, there's a little megaphone button and it says Monroe Alert, and you are welcome to click on that. It will walk you through how to get signed up. I also mentioned that if electronic devices is not something that you have access to, it's something we can do for you and help you get signed up through a phone call. And you're welcome to give our office a call. That main line is 812-349-2546. You can, once you get signed up, you can select if you want to receive text messages, phone calls, emails, or all three. And you can also select what methods you wish to receive information on. So if you only want tornado, only want flooding, only want health ordinances and such, you can select exactly what you want or all the above, and we will make sure that you get added to the system. And it is free of service thanks to Monroe County.
It's a great service. Yeah.
Great. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, I've updated the line. And Kate, there's the new personnel amount and there's the new grand total. Do you see it?
I do see it. Thank you. So council, I will move to open for review and discussion. General Fund Emergency Management 1000-0361 with amended amounts in the personnel category, which will total $148,355, and the identical amounts as stated previously in the other categories for a total budget now of $192,705.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've discussed everything pretty thoroughly here. Are there any final questions or discussion before we vote to accept the budget as amended? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Hawk,
No.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed majority 6-1.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0312 General Fund Building. Personnel
I
category.
think, Ms. Witz, I have one more budget.
Right.
The right to know.
Right now.
It's 1152, Fund 1150.
You just thought you were done with me, but you're not.
I did. Oh my goodness, I apologize. I just skipped right over it, didn't I? So scrap that. And let's talk about, I move to open for discussion instead, Fund 1152-0000, Right to Know. Personnel $0, supplies 100, services for 14,300, capital 1,500, for a total budget of $15,900.
Second.
This is our local emergency planning council fund. It is a group of individuals throughout the community that do hazardous material planning and preparedness and training. We house that fund. It's a state fund. We get a one-time drop of money. It will not, it's based on corporations that have to, that hold a certain amount of hazardous materials. And so it's the one thing that even though we've had COVID, that number will not change because those people continue to have to house that amount of hazardous materials that they store, and we get a percentage of those reporting factors back. So the budget remains the same. What we do not use gets rolled over. So if we do not get enough, if we do not get what we have actually requested, we do have that pot of money from every year that this money gets rolled over. There is a chance this year we're kind of getting caught up with what we put in the budget every year and what we get. So just know there is a chance we have money there. There is a chance I may have to come back later in the year and ask for an additional appropriation of the money that we have in that carryover line for this fund. Everything remains the same. The good majority of this fund is training, and then any supplies that we need for hazardous materials. We train all of our fire departments in hazmat and ops, and then some just basic hazmat training as well. A lot of times we have to have an annual, this group has to have an annual exercise where we bring all of our different resources together throughout the community and practice playing together, which we've actually done in real world very much this year. So therefore the state did not require us to have an annual exercise, but in the future, it will continue to be a requirement for us. And we oftentimes will use some of those supply money for that exercise. I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Moore? All right, seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote to accept the Emergency Management Office's right to know budget.
Councillor Deckard,
Yes.
Councillor Wilk,
Yes.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor Hawk, Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore.
Yes.
Motion passed majority, 6-1.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, now we can move on to the building department. Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0312, General Fund Building. Personnel category $650,457. Supplies category $4,085. Services $39,475. Capital 0 for a total budget of $694,017.
Second.
All right, welcome, Mr. Gersbauer.
Good evening, council and all. I'm Jim Gersbauer. I'm the building commissioner for what is the Monroe County and City of Bloomington Building Department. The budget that we're presenting to you is almost entirely the same as it has been for last year and years previous, it seems. There are a couple of changes that I would point out. One was an addition of $5,000 in a part-time category for personnel. That was a recommendation of the auditor's office, and we put it in for that purpose. The other change that you may want to make, and about line 6 there in 13106, we have an open position at this time. The salary that's listed in that position is for an experienced and seasoned employee. If we fill that position, or when we fill that position, that would be coming in at a entry-level salary amount. So that line could be adjusted to that lower amount if you would so choose. Other than that, there are no changes in the budget other than what was recommended for salaries and for insurance.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions or comments for Mr. Gersbauer? Councilmember Hawk?
Yes.
Recently, there was a change in Ellettsville where we see a lot of growth going on. If they were going to attempt to do some of their inspections, rather than having the county do it, which had been working out really well because the builders were not having to wait on inspections. We know once they're ready to pull those footers, we're waiting on weather. We just have to get in there, get it inspected, and let those contractors maybe get it under roof or whatever they need to do. And so I don't know where that's going, but the commercial, not just the residential, but the commercial. At one point, I thought they were going to go ahead and have the county do it. And then it was, oh no, they were going to do it. Well, so who is doing it?
At this point, what we had been doing was through an interlocal agreement, our building department was doing all the inspections in Ellettsville. They had expressed a desire to start their own department and had broached that topic midpoint of last year. So we'd kind of been expecting some changes, but weren't really sure what was happening. As it was discussed back and forth between my office and people in Ellettsville, I think we had set up an arrangement whereas the town of Ellettsville would do residential building inspections, and we would continue to do the commercial inspections because they are somewhat more technical in nature, and we have an experienced staff at that. In the process of that interchange, the interlocal that we had with Ellettsville expired, and one has not been reestablished with them. So at this point, my office has no interlocal agreement with Ellettsville, so we do not do any inspections in that location.
I'm hoping that we can get all that worked out sooner rather than later because we have a lot of houses going up. As you know, that's the growth area. It's booming over there. And we need to make sure that our contractors, because time is money, and especially you get into the fall of the year, they need to make sure that they get those houses under roof. That means you've got to get those footers poured before you can even start any of that. And it's important to make sure, I mean, you know that. You'd be surprised how many people just don't understand the reason why building inspectors and having the numbers that you need and with the qualifications that you folks have. You want to talk about your qualifications there?
We have perhaps one of the best building departments in the state. And I know it's boring to some people, but in my industry, I am very proud of what we've been able to accomplish here. We have levels of certification that aren't in other offices throughout the state. We've got several in our office, people that have taken it on their own to study and to achieve certifications in specific building trades and types. But we are highly qualified. And beyond that, we have experience in our office. We've had very low turnover in our department over the years. And for something as technical and as cumulative as construction knowledge, it's a great benefit to the county to have experienced staff in place. So we're able to accomplish with what staff we have, what other departments would take several more people to do. So it's very efficient. We are very qualified. And in the process of Ellettsville's changeover, they've got some growing pains. I've heard from a lot of contractors that are somewhat frustrated because the communication hasn't happened to let them know where they stand. But as a county department with experience and with experience in what they're dealing with, we stand ready to help however we can. We just can't do that without an interlocal agreement.
Right. I mean, I think we need to have an agreement so that you'll know how much staff you need to count on and what kind of revenue are coming in order to support that staff. And if they decide to do it, then I wish them well. But we have to do something to make sure that as we are building new buildings, that they're going to be safe.
They have every right to do their own department should they desire to. Right. But that is the reason that I do have an open position right now. I had a gentleman retire and unfortunately since passed away, but he had retired last year. And we left that position open because we were in the process of having some discussions about this potential change. And I wanted to see how it impacted our department. We are losing some residential construction because, as everyone knows, Ellettsville is growing quite quickly. And they do have a lot going on there. What's surprising and pleasing to me, though, is where that gap has occurred, we've seemed to fill it in with commercial construction and residential throughout our county. So in terms of revenue, for what everybody would assume should have been a devastating year for our department, we are currently, to date, only $60,000 down from what our pace was last year. And you know, last year was a busy year for our department. We have several permits that are soon to be ready to issue that will more than fill that gap. So I expect probably by the end of the year, we will have had another very good year, similar to or in excess of last year's revenue. So we're really firing on all cylinders. And we've been able to do that because, as you probably know, the state declared early on that construction was an essential industry. So our department has been operating in the office and in the field from day one, when all the other businesses were shut down and inaccessible. My field staff was out working with the public and doing their job. So I'm very proud of them. It has allowed us to maintain those revenues, but also to serve the public in a way that needed to be served because the contractors were out there working and we needed to be there as well.
Well, you might have guessed, I think you know this already. I grew up with a construction family. I have construction family that's still very involved. And of course, I've been in real estate since the 1970s. So I know how important that new construction is. And then tying that to county government, how important that assessed value is to get on that whole list of assessed values. And the building construction and the building department is a part of helping Monroe County's assessed value grow as well. So I appreciate what you do and what your department does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Munson?
There. I want to know, Mr. Gersbauer, do you have all the IT support that you need to have your staff working, especially during this time when they're away from the office?
IT people in Monroe County are very good to us. They supported us all the way through our effort, and I've got no complaints for their staff and their ability to serve us. They were able to get us laptops so our office people could work as they were able to from home. And we've been able to work all the way through this with their help, and I appreciate that. We're also in the process, you know, as the county is adopting some software that will be used by multiple departments, and we're working with them to get what field equipment my staff will need, and they've been very helpful with that as well. So I've got no complaints with the computer people in this county.
I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. McKim.
Yeah, so speaking of the online permitting software, do you have a sense of how that's actually, what that's actually going to look like to residents, to customers, to your staff?
It's going to be an easy access portal for people that either don't want to come in the office or have access to the electronic technology. They'll be able to easily move documents back and forth, and it should create some efficiencies in the county. So hopefully we'll be able to turn permits and inspection requests even quicker. But it's a very user-friendly front door to our office, and I won't know until I learn to use it, and certainly there'll be a lot of people that learn to use it faster than I will because I'm just that technologically challenged. But even I can look at this program, and I think it's very intuitive, very easy for the public to operate, and I look forward to having it online.
And members of the public will be able to pay for their building permits online, is that right?
We should be able, all of those questions aren't answered completely, but that's what the software does. And as long as we get State Board of Accounts approval for electronic transfers and things like that, that are necessary for doing all of this, I can't answer that with any certainty other than to say that that's what the software was designed to do. And it should be a very easy process for applying for permits in the future.
Excellent. Also, just to go back to the line that you mentioned that we could reduce, that's, was that 13,106?
Yes.
And that's currently priced at a midpoint?
Yeah,
and you're saying that we could price that at an entry level then?
Yeah, I won't be able to bring anybody in at a midpoint level at this point, or I don't anticipate doing that. Not certain whether we'll fill that position, but certainly with our workload, if it continues at this level, we're going to have to do that. I expect that that would be probably sometime in spring of next year.
Council, I move that we reduce line 13106 to $37,710.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on Mr. McKim's motion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
Which 13106?
13106.
The one that's vacant now.
And then started out at 30.
7,710, $37,710.
And is that just an entry level or?
That yes, that's entry level.
Mercy, that's sort of. How do we arrive at what those salaries are supposed to be paid? Have we taken that out to PAC lately? $37,000 for a building inspector?
Well, I think that we've had a lot of discussion from lots of departments about compensation levels, and that was why we decided to go with this WIS review to look at all of this.
Hey, you're preaching the choir. That's what I was trying to say a while ago.
Are we ready for a roll call vote? Okay.
Okay, so on the motion to reduce account line 13106 by $3,695, Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Wills.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right, give me a moment and I will update the line.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Gersbauer? Let's see, we'll just get ready to vote here to accept the budget once Ms. Shell has everything updated.
Okay, it is updated.
Okay, council, I move to discuss and review Fund 1000-0312 General Fund Building with personnel category at $645,955, and the supplies and services categories remaining as stated earlier, capital is 0, and a total budget then of $689,515.
Second.
All right. Any other questions before we vote?
That changed the FICA and whatever.
Yes, it did. That's an automatic calculation that I put in there. You can see it right there.
Okay. All right, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the budget.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Wills.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
You too.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0106 General Fund TSD. Personnel, $178,973. Supplies, $11,600. services 269,500, capital 0, for a total budget of $460,073.
Second.
All right. And Ms. Purdy will be presenting for the TSD budget tonight. Welcome back, Ms. Purdy.
Yeah, hello again. Yeah, the technical services budget, as you will probably notice, the telephone maintenance line is significantly increased from prior years. And I want to kind of give you a little explanation for that. Part of the increase is telephone maintenance and reprographics, the two items at the bottom of this particular budget, had previously been budgeted in cable franchise. And when we made the transition to taking accounts out of cable franchise because it's not maintaining a healthy balance, I think we lost some things along the way. So this is a requested increase in the telephone maintenance line. And I also want to note that during the commissioner's budget, the commissioners will be asking to have a line created, a reprographics line created in cable franchise with a $30,000 appropriation for the reprographics. Was that clear as mud for you guys? Sorry.
All right. Mr. McKim.
Well, so the 30,000 that you'll be asking for in franchise fees, is that inclusive of the 16,000 or is that in addition to the 16,000?
That's in addition.
So the total cost of copies is going to be 46,000 approximately.
Yeah, 42, 46. Yeah, the idea is the reprographics, my understanding of how it's currently being spent is for when services has to come in. We use TomTech is the provider. And so that's where TSD has been making those payments. And as you see, in I think 2019, we expended just over $13,000 in that particular line. I'd like to see how it's going to play out next year, because I think that we could probably even get it down lower, but I don't want to do it yet since we're still having to try to figure out how it all fits together.
Well, why don't we, rather than creating another line and having it split between franchise fees and general, why don't we just move it all to franchise fees? If we're already going to be asked to do 30,000, why not 46? I mean, I think the revenue would support it. And
yes, we would.
So is there any reason why this has to be in general at all?
No, there's absolutely no reason at all. The only reason I was thinking to keep it in there was just to kind of keep it as a finger hold, if you will, just kind of tabbing the place, because I don't know how long cable franchise will last, but we've got, I think, time to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like cable franchise is really going anywhere. It's just we lost Smithville, but after that, It doesn't look like there's a huge decrease in Comcast, which is the really the bulwark of that fund. So, okay, I'm going to make a motion to reduce line 35003 reprographics to 0.
Second.
All right. Any questions or comments on Mr. McKim's motion? I don't see any.
Sorry, who seconded?
I did.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can't tell whether I'm on or I'm off.
You were on. We're just having trouble on our end with our Wi-Fi kicking in and off, in and off, in and out.
I keep turning myself off because my dog won't shut up.
Maybe we should budget more for Wi-Fi then.
Yeah, that actually brings up something I wanted to kind of bring up to you guys, and that is.
Hold on just a second, Ms.
sorry.
Purdy. We'll vote on the motion.
Oh, sorry.
We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Councilor Munson,
Yes.
Councilor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right.
May
So-
I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, Kim, if you're having issues with the Wi-Fi, you might talk with technical services and maybe get a hotspot to help us till we get this things figured out as to why you're having some issues. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that I know that Ms. Elfman indicated that she didn't know that she could get additional laptops for her staff, but I want to make sure everybody understands that our technical services department has been very clear during our department head meetings. I know I've sent some emails stating that our departments, if they need something, they need to let us know. They need to put it in their continuity of operations plan. That we do have the ability to, because the laptop is directly related to the ability to work from home, we are able to submit that for our CARES reimbursement. So I just want to make sure that everybody on the council understands that our technical services department has done a great job of trying to get out to everybody as much as help as they possible. And there's like, I can't remember exactly how many people we have on staff there, but there's less than 10, I think, of them, and there's like 600 of us. So they do an amazing job. But if somebody needs something, all they have to do is say, hey, I need something. I just want to say that.
Exactly, yeah. And I knew that was the case, and that's why I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Elfman knew that. So
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or
Bob, I
comments?
just wanted to follow up. It's going to be covered. To have that, there's no reason why any department that could operate better with another laptop shouldn't have it. There's like $4 million still left unspent the last time I looked in that money. Is that correct? Whatever, it doesn't matter. We still have to.
There's a lot left there, yeah. I don't know exactly how much it is. Mr. McKim, did you have a question?
I actually just wanted to make a comment, and this is more for the public, just so people know that our IT department doesn't only have 2 employees, that the majority of the staff for our IT department are in the Cumulative Capital Development Fund, which is the only fund that's allowed, or they're the only type of staff that Cumulative Capital Development is allowed to support. But that's why this budget for IT is going to seem ridiculously low.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing further, we will vote to accept the TSD's general fund budget.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Point of order. I think we need to reread the.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
The change. Sorry.
Has it been
Yes.
changed?
Right
Okay.
there.
Thank you. Council, I move that we approve the Technical Services Department General Fund 1000-0106 with, I don't even remember what we did, sorry.
We changed this one right here. The services.
So with same numbers as previously stated for personnel, supplies, 0 capital, and a services amount of $253,500 for a total budget of $444,073.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and do a vote now, please, to accept the budget.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
All right.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1170-0106, Public Safety Lit TSD. Personnel, supplies, and capital at 0, services category is $70,000, total budget of $70,000.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Purdy.
Yes, this is just the extension of the telephone maintenance that was mentioned in the prior budget. And this covers the costs associated with those departments that are eligible for use of public safety funds. So it's the Sheriff's Department and probation.
All right. Any questions or comments from council members?
Never going to complain about my phone bill again.
All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the TSD Public Safety Lit budget.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson, Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right, so that concludes all of the TSD budgets. Been receiving a few messages and requests for a recess. So at this time, we'll take a brief recess, let's say 10 minutes. Does that work for everybody? And we will reconvene here at 7, well, we'll just say 7:15. We'll reconvene. We are in recess. All right, I think we're ready to get started again. Up next is item 13 on the agenda tonight, our Highway Department.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1135-0000, Cumulative Bridge. Personnel category, $346,111. Supplies, 0. Services, $222,091. Capital, 0, for a total budget of $568,202.
Second.
All right. Hi, Ms. Ridge. Mr. Turner, welcome.
Good evening. If you have any questions on this budget, it's pretty self-explanatory. And we usually go back in the spring, and that's when we budget and appropriate for our different culvert and bridge projects. So this basically covers our personnel and our small structure inventory, bridge maintenance, bridge inspection, and basically overall running the crew.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments for our Highway Department? Yes, Mr. McKim.
Yeah, Ms. Ridge, Mr. Turner, welcome. Great to see you all virtually. Can you just describe a bit about what the small structure inventory tasking is like?
Yeah, actually, we used to set this up and come in for one big, huge amount, say $150,000 that we do every 5 years. And it's basically our inventory that's anything under the 20-foot span that's underneath the length of a bridge. So it's our not our smallest culverts, but it's kind of like that in between of a 12-foot, 15-foot culvert to our bigger ones that are not classified as a bridge. I think we have a little over 3,000 of those culverts that we inventory. We get them reevaluated every 5 years, and that's what kind of helps us build our program on what our bridge crew is assigned to do for repairs.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, that was easy. Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote to accept the Highway Department cumulative bridge budget.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Wills,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1169-0000, Local Roads and Streets. Personnel, 0. Supplies category, $340,000. Services, $2,630,000. Capital, 0, for a total budget of $2,970,000.
Second.
All right.
So if you have any questions on this budget, actually, it's a little bit higher than it was last year. We anticipate more construction with the Sample Road project going, Hunters Creek Road. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any of them on this budget also.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, can you just give us a quick update both on the Hunters Creek project and Sample Road?
Sure. The Sample Road, the eastern portion, which is Old 37 North to I-69, that will begin utility relocations next year. Actually, could be this fall. All the right-of-way is acquired on that side. Sample Road on the west side.
Did you have right-of-way ending?
I have right-of-way, that's what I was looking at.
On the west side, I-69 to Bottom Road, that is, we're finishing up right-of-way acquisition on that. We have some negotiations to do. We're also working out the details with the Washington Water Township. So both of those originally were to go to construction roughly in 2021, 2022. Depending on how those negotiations do, we might move one phase.
7:05 to 8.
Kim, could you mute your mic, please?
Sorry.
Your turn.
So, and then Hunters Creek, that is set to go to letting on in January of 2021. And that'll most likely have a 2-year construction because it was phase 2 and phase 3 is going to be let together.
Okay. And then on Sample Road, what percentage of that is paid locally?
It's at 80-20.
Okay. Is that the same for Hunters Creek?
It is.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Ms. Iverson.
Yeah. What is master thoroughfare?
So we've updated our master thoroughfare, original one that we did back in 1995. And then about a year ago, we updated our master thoroughfare plan. And then we also use it for different things with our asset management that also ties in with our infrastructure program.
Excellent.
What's the latest with Fullerton Pike? That's down in my neck of the woods. I should know about this.
Which phase? So phase 1 is pretty well complete. We just finishing up some loose ends there and change orders. Phase 2, we did the punch list walkthrough on that project. I'm going to say 4 weeks ago. That's finishing up. And then phase 3 is under design, and that is a 2023 project. So after the design is complete, I would say in the spring, then we'll move into right-of-way acquisition for that project.
Gotcha.
Did you say that phase 1 is still, you're still working on change orders on phase 1?
Yes, we are.
When was that phase originally supposed to be done?
Come on, Jeff.
I'm sorry.
This is not my fault.
I know it's not. I know it's not.
So actually that was to be done, I believe completion was to be in 2018.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, we just finished there's 3 change orders. 2 of them were just approved this week for change order 21 and 23, I believe it was. One of the change orders, I think it's change order 22. I'm fighting. I don't agree with it. And then the contractor has submitted a change order for a very high amount. So our consultant has been going through it page by page, which I believe it was about a 350-page change order. Just due to the length of the project, how long it took, and basically a blame back and forth between utilities and the contractor. So we are working on that huge change order. And I do know that we have that down. That original change order, I will tell you, was like $600,000, which is unheard of. I do know that's down to maybe 130,000 on what we believe is correct. But then also the contractor is subject to liquidated damages during that time. So it kind of, it's gonna have to offset. I don't know where that'll all end up. Like I said, it's still a back and forth. And we've been doing this for quite some time.
Well, I'm glad you're working that one hard.
We are working that one very hard. I don't want to give in to that. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. We will have a roll call vote to accept the local road and streets budget.
Councillor Hawk,
Yes.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councillor Deckard,
Yes.
Councillor Wills.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1171-0000, County Major Bridge. Personnel, supplies, and capital, all at zero. Services category, $2,520,487 for a total budget of $2,520,487.
Second.
So we have two projects on the county major bridge fund, Fullerton Pike Bridge, which is phase 3, and then the Mount Tabor Road Bridge 13, which is up by Bottom Road. That was actually a stormwater project that we were able to move into the major bridge fund to be able to fund that and versus the stormwater budget. And both of those are under design.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Marty, for this fund. To be perfectly honest, we probably would have had to have put some projects off, especially the Fullerton Pike Bridge. That's right now estimated to be over a 500-foot bridge. Not sure that we could have afforded to do that. We would probably have to push it down the pike until we could save more money. So the major bridge fund did save some projects and actually helped the stormwater budget by being able to move a project out of there into here.
Our newer council members probably have no idea why I'm saying you're welcome, because of course I'm against all new taxes except for the ones that I'm for. And I'm the one that found that.
Join the club.
What about this? Brings in millions.
Well, bridges are expensive, so and
they can be quite dangerous. We cannot be sending out school buses. We cannot be sending out big trucks over these big bridges and not have them be safe.
I agree.
Rich, what's the total cost start to finish on that Fullerton Pike Bridge going to be?
So right now, the estimate for that project, 12 million.
12 million. Okay. It's a big one. Yeah.
It is a big bridge.
Ms. Munson.
Isn't that the essential connection between Bachelor School and Interstate 69, that part of Fullerton Pike?
That is all of phase 3. So we are
Okay.
allowed to use, even though the bridge is a 500-foot bridge, you're allowed to use however whatever your length is for the approach to get to that bridge. So we'll be able to, fund it out of the major bridge fund from where Fullerton Pike phase 2 stopped to I-69.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Who else had a question or comment? None? Okay. We'll take a roll call vote to accept the major bridge fund budget.
Go. Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to approve for discussion and review Fund 1176-0530 Motor Vehicle Highway Administration. Personnel, $766,694. Supplies, $11,000. Services, $500. Capital, $19,000 for a total budget of $797,194.
Second.
If you have any questions on this, it's straightforward. We followed council guidelines for everybody's payroll staying the same. So.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody, any questions from anyone? Councilmember Hawk?
Yes, if it should be determined that raises might be considered at the end of the day when we get through with this, if we can get the numbers right. I suspect you're already looking at ways that you're going to be able to come up with those dollars within your budgets, right?
If there are raises offered, yes. We have already anticipated that we would have to probably come in for an additional next year from our cash, which we've watched steadily. And we believe that we could afford our employees, which they are very much deserving, especially through the pandemic. And they never, they didn't stop. They stayed out there working. So yeah, if we would make our budget work, absolutely. Excuse me.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the Motor Vehicle Highway Administration budget.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1176. That's the wrong one I'm looking at, is it? No, 1176-0531 Motor Vehicle Highway Maintenance and Repair. Personnel, $1,896,007. Supplies, $861,169. Services, $838,000. Capital, $0 for a total budget of $3,595,176.
Second.
If you have any questions on this, I mean, I think we have our explanations to the side of, a new account line for on-call contracting services. We did away with the gasoline admin. We were not using that line, so that was combined with our regular gas line. And then our landfill charges definitely has increased over the years. So we had gone in for an additional during the year for that one.
Okay, looks pretty straightforward. Mr. McKim?
Well, let's talk about the bituminous line.
Right. That's all people really care about.
That is the line that we, I'm going to let Toby talk here because he's not going to get by with just me doing all the talking.
You're doing a tremendous job.
But we already knew that we were going to have to probably come in for an additional next year. But it's our hopes that community crossing grants come back in January. We want to utilize that to as much as we can, submit more roads. Toby's looking at different ways of maintenance of roads. I know he's reached out to a couple counties and businesses that's going to come and visit with him. We're looking at also contracting out more paving for us to be able to do more in-house things and keep the patching up and the tree trimming and the mowing and everything else that goes with the highway. It's not just paving. And Toby and the guys stretched their dollars out there. So we know this number looks very low. We were shocked also, but again, that's the line that we knew we would have to come in for an additional next year. But with the pandemic and the funds and our estimated revenue, as of right now, is down about 600,000. And that is just an estimate that we got from the state. So that is why that line was cut. That was the biggest line that we had to cut from.
And so that 600,000 is for next year's projection, or is that based on this year? That's a projection for next year.
Well, it's just a projection, and it's like the last half of one year and the first half of the next. So we're hoping that that's not going to be the case, but that's where the 600,000. That's why you see that decrease in the bituminous, because that's where we took that estimated amount out.
Thank you.
Toby, you want to add anything?
No, I think you explained it tremendously. I know we do plan on coming back for an additional. Like I tell the people that call every day, we don't want to shut that paver off, but unfortunately, with the funds and the way it is, that's what we got to play with, and that's where we're at.
Okay, Councilmember Hawk.
Yes, I mean, for so long, we didn't have to worry about so much, at least, sidewalk repair and maintenance. I mean, look how many years we went by. We didn't have all of that to be responsible for. But I wanted to mention that the mowing, and I'm not saying, but at any rate, that mowing is not just so the landscape is prettier. That is because of safety. And when you're out here in the country, as I am, all the way out toward Ellisville, you start to pull out at someplace and those weeds that have turned into trees, if we don't keep those mowed down, you've got a real mess on your hands and you can't see around it. And that's where you start having the wrecks. So people who live in the city might not even recognize how much mowing that the county actually does out here, and also how difficult it is when people want to put up those signs at every corner, and that gets into our equipment, or you're trying to get around it in some ways. So I continue to say, if you want to put out a garage sale sign or something, please go get it when the garage sale's over. Don't tear up our equipment this way. I assume that's still a problem. I've heard that it was a problem for years.
Yeah, and Marty, you're correct on the sidewalk line, because we just started that about a year ago, I believe. And that's $100,000 that we're committed to in our ADA plan of repairing sidewalks each year. The other thing I want to point out is I know that there was a raise in the gas tax and the revenues that came into the county. But if you look from 2017, 18, 19, the ratios that how that split at the state level, it shows the counties getting less and less each year. And that is another reason why our funding has gone down the last 2 years based on 2 years ago. We saw, say a $5.9 million budget, and now we're down to 4.9. But that's just a lot of that, and going to that we've set in at some of the classes at AICC and AIC, and LTAP has a really good a PowerPoint on that, and it shows you exactly what the counties are losing each year, and it gets worse a little bit each year. What can help is I know we have the 50-50 restriction on what we can spend our funds for. So we have, as being on IAC's board and members of IAC's, it's our goal to go to the State House and try and get that reduced to like a 70-30, because we're not getting a 50% more revenue at this point. So we're maybe getting, 30% more revenue, and then we could justify that we have to use that 30%. So as you are all, politicians and you have your groups, I would encourage you to speak on behalf of the counties to try and get that 50-50 changed.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we take a vote? All right, seeing none, we will take a roll call vote to accept the Highway Department's motor vehicle highway maintenance and repair budget.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor McKim.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1176-0533 Motor Vehicle Highway General and Undistributed. Personnel, $344,193. Supplies, $17,000. Services, $294,000. Capital, $294,000. For a total budget of $949,193.
Second.
We did not have any changes in this. We didn't ask for any additional vehicles. The only thing that we have in here is we did a lease purchase agreement for 5 new dump trucks this year. So that would be our second payment for those 5 dump trucks.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or comments for this budget?
If I could, I have just a general question. You know, an observation on just the general automotive repair situation is it seems like repairs are now harder and harder to make, and things just sometimes can't get repaired. Do you find any of that with newer trucks as they're coming out, or is it any repair issues like that?
Where'd Toby go?
I'm here. Well, you know, our mechanics do a very good job of keeping things running. But as you know, as things get newer and technology gets, you know, we need to provide some training for them. We're looking into that. But a lot of the newer trucks, you're able to, you know, you can plug in and a computer will tell you maybe what's wrong with that truck, and some of those repairs we can make, and those repairs get too technical, then we'll send them back to you know, Kenworth or wherever they came from to make those repairs. What was really hurting us is we were working on 97s and 99s. I mean, just trucks that would sit all summer because we only dared to use them in the wintertime when we had to have them to push snow. And a lot of times, you know, they wouldn't make it through the winter, and we you know, we had to have them, so we'd spend a lot of money on them. These new trucks are really going to, it's going to be more efficient. It's going to keep the trucks on the road, and they're going to cost us less money.
Thank you.
And the commissioner's office has helped us to get our fleet back in order to where we can be on a 3-year rotation and keep going with the lease purchase agreements to replace them as we go. But the commissioner stepped up and helped us and bought 4 dump trucks. So we'll have a total of 9 new ones this year. And when we came on, I think we were told there was 14 that needed replaced. So we're getting there, but it's just taking a little bit of time. But so yeah, having 9 in 1 year is huge for us. And I know going forward, I know it's Toby's plan and his assistants that we will stay on a replacement program and not be 14 trucks down or 14 trucks that need replaced.
Great. Any further questions or comments on the general and undistributed budget? If not, we'll take a roll call vote to accept it.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk. Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 4920-0000 West Side TIF. Personnel, supplies, and capital at $0. Services at $1,800,000 for a total budget of $1,800,000.
Second.
So I will answer any questions that you have on this budget. It's typically our funds are put into the engineering and construction line, and then we disperse it out to what project we need it. Of course, and we have the Ellisville STEM, and then our disbursement to the bank.
Go ahead, Ms. McKim.
So are there going to be any expenses for the Curry profile TIF for next year? Even just the annual report, maybe?
Are you talking about the GE building?
Yes.
I don't foresee. I know that's kind of been put on hold right now. We've been in contact with their council about tying some things up with the sidewalk and everything. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that project at this time. I don't expect us having any expenses for it, except the annual review with Mr. Garatas.
And can we just pay that out of one of the West Side TIF fund and not, or do we have, or are we going to have to create a tiny little budget to pay the?
We discussed this a little bit. I haven't heard back more from Jeff on if we have to do that. I don't see why we couldn't pay it out of this because it was kind of a sub of this TIF, but that would probably be a good question for Jeff Cockrell on what we would have to do for that, the Cook profile.
I didn't think that's what we agreed to.
Pardon me?
I didn't think that's what we had agreed to. But like you said, that's why we have lawyers.
Yes.
I do have another question.
Yeah. I mean, if all it is just the annual report, it's not going to be very much. But yeah,
no.
Eventually, presumably, there's going to be some more expenditures.
Mm-hmm. The Hart Street Road Connector project, if you haven't been out there, that project is complete. So.
Yes, that's, yep. Councilor Hawk, did you have a question?
Right. I was going to say that Curry Woodyard Smith intersection.
Mm-hmm. We're under, I think we have one right away. We had 7 right of ways to purchase there. I think we have 1 left. We have 1. All the other ones have been secured. And like I said, we just put mainly the funds into the engineering and construction line, and then we'll move it into that Curry Pike Woodyard as we need it.
So but that's not slowed down at all, is it? I mean,
no, we have one property owner that our council is working with their council on to reach an agreement. We did make an offer, and so that's kind of going through negotiations right now, but that's the last property owner.
And when do you think you're going to see traffic interruptions because of that?
I believe it goes to, right now it's let to go letting in the spring. However, there's a lot of utilities in that area. We did already have quite a bit of right of way from the when we redid Curry Pike originally. So it's set for construction as next summer. So hopefully we can stay on that schedule.
There was supposed to be some kind of signage there or some kind of, I mean, where do we stand on, I don't even know what we called it then, but just something identifying this TIF area.
I know that there was a sign placement program that they did as kind of like a placeway marking for the TIF districts. However, I know at the time we had a lot of projects going, and the cost of that was a lot higher than what the board had thought to come back. So and Jeff, you want to talk on that?
Yeah, I mean, it was that, but also that this happened right as the city's annexation attempt hit. And so I think there's a lot of thought that why do we want to create do any kind of placemaking there if the city's just going to annex it all and do what they want with it? So I think it kind of died then. It's been moribund ever since.
I think there's a way that we can make that attractive without spending what I thought looked like a ridiculous budget to do what I thought was going to start out being very simple and lovely. And instead it grew into too much money.
Mr. Kim.
I do want to congratulate you on the Hart Strait Road connector. I know that's never been my favorite road project, but everybody did a great job on it, and it looks fantastic, and it's really smooth, and I like the multi-use paths and sidewalks and everything, and so I think it does improve connectivity both for cars and also for other modes of transportation to Ivy Tech and Cook area.
Thank you. I think it turned out really well. Kreider did a really good job on that project.
Yeah, they did.
Any other questions? Ms. Munson?
Yes, could you tell us, in addition to the Curry Woodyard project, are there any other projects that are going to be funded by the West Side TIF?
So right now, the Profile Parkway extension is being constructed. It's still on target to be completed this fall, which actually will connect Curry Pike over to Gates Drive. And then there'll be 2 roundabouts there, one leading into Gates Drive, and then one will be on the north leg of it. And that is for the connector piece to go up to Sunrise Greetings, which will connect to Vernal Pike.
And that's got a railroad component to it as well, too, right?
It does have a railroad component to it. We are going over a railroad, which makes things a little bit more difficult.
Yes. Yeah.
Railroad coordination.
Yeah.
This is a long-awaited project. Thank you for that news.
Yeah. Did Mr. Decker, did you have a question?
I did not. No, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. McCann.
Well, and then you do have the trail, what is it, the Vernal Greenway, I think.
The Vernal Pike Trail, yeah. And that's coordination with the railroad also. So that's kind of gone back and forth between our engineering firm and the railroad. The last I heard, we did not have to change the design of the bridge, which was the news we were waiting for from the railroad. So it's moving, but it's at a very slow pace again. And not blaming the railroad, but usually when you're dealing with the railroad, it just takes a little bit more time.
So is that Gates Drive project going to be at grade, or is it going to have to go over?
The Gates Drive will be at grade,
Okay.
but then as you go north, then it's going to go
Okay,
over.
gotcha. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, the railroads don't like to give away at-grade crossings anymore. They want us to give up
they don't.
two for one.
Yep, 2 for the price of 1.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
Ice cream on that.
If not, we'll do a roll call vote, please, to accept the Highway Department's West Side TIF budget.
Counselor Wiltz,
One time I mute. Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimous.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 4921-000046 Corridor TIF. Personnel, supplies, and capital at $0. Services at $324,377 for a total budget of $324,377.
Second.
If you have any questions on this one, at this time, we don't have any projects in this TIF. I think it's something that's going to come in the future after much discussion that we've been having over the last 2 or 3 months. So it's basically just the annual review and disbursement to the bank.
Anybody have any questions? Yes.
It's good to see some development finally starting there. I think I think the future holds a lot of promise there in this TIF. But
Yeah, we've had a lot of good meetings on it. Meeting with Mr. Kreider also, and Jeff Cockrell and the planning department. Ways for connectivity on some of the roadways out in that area. So yeah, it's and different proposals for some of the land out there. So.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the 46 quarter TIF budget.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Munson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 4922-0000 Fullerton Pike TIF. Personnel, supplies, and capital at 0, with services category at $183,433 for a total budget of $183,433.
Second.
Again, if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer. This is just for the Fullerton Pike area. Of course, the funding went down significantly over the last couple of years, I believe, to the taxation of Monroe Hospital. So it's just our annual review and any engineering that we can use to help with the roadway project.
Any questions or comments on the Fullerton Pike TIF district budget? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept it.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council,
Okay, I
I
think
move,
Kim has something regarding the stormwater management budget before we get started on this one. You're muted there, sorry. Can't hear you.
Mute when I need to mute. Unmute when I need, okay. So what I wanted to let you know was I found an error with regards to the stormwater, and that is because we separated out the MS4 coordinator amount and created a transitional new manager training line. And that is so that it will help keep track and be able to track better when she hires someone to come in instead of lumping it all into the same line. What I found was the new person will need to have an insurance amount, and that was not captured originally. So the total has been updated to reflect the correct amount of $107,625, which was not sent to you earlier. So the new amount in the personnel is the $705,487, which I do believe is correct on your listing, Kate.
yeah, got it.
Okay.
So council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1197-0000 Stormwater Management. Personnel category, $705,487. Supplies, $131,000. Services, $295,500. Capital, 0. For a total budget of $1,131,987.
Second.
Okay.
So I just have a really quick question on the insurance thing, because that was I just found out like at 4. So that was a full year amount. Is that correct that it went up?
Yes, but that will be prorated once we figure, you know, how long that person is, and then that can be, what do you call that, deappropriated once we know exactly when he starts to when he will be taking over.
Okay, great. Because then it would look like I would have two people paying that full amount and then Terry only being here for 2 months out of the year.
Yeah, we'll fix it.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. If you have any questions on this portion, I'd be happy to answer it.
Yes, any questions? Mr. Iverson?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. You know, COVID has hit us pretty hard, and I wanted to know if the suite team was still meeting.
That is a really good question. I believe that they are still meeting. It was after our department coordination meetings, and I do believe that they are still meeting.
Are those happening on Zoom?
I will find that out for you.
Yeah, the schedule on the website is from 2019. So for those in the county that are interested in what we're doing in terms of environmental issues and stormwater, this environmental team is a really great resource.
Absolutely. I will find out for you and get that information to you all.
Great, thank you. And then I had a question also about the Lake Monroe water quality line. How does that relate to anything that the different groups down in Lake Monroe are doing, and what does that fund do?
That was a program that was set up with the Friends of Lake Monroe, and that's our portion of I think all the testing that they're doing. We had if you want to go back and watch our stormwater meeting that was on yesterday, we had a speaker there that kind of gave an overview of what they're doing, what's coming up, and this is our line to help support that.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much.
All right, any other questions or comments on the stormwater budget? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote to accept it.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Wilkes,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right, well, very good. I think that concludes all of Ms. Ridge's budget presentations for the evening. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep, take care. Okay. And up next is our Board of Commissioners.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0068, General Fund Commissioners. Personnel category $539,559. Supplies $5,000. Services $2,923,391. Capital $0, for a total budget of $3,467,950.
Second.
Great. And I see we have several, I believe all of our Monroe County Commissioners here. So Monroe County Commissioner Thomas, Monroe County Commissioner Lee Jones, and Monroe County Commissioner Penny Githens. Welcome. We also have Commissioners Administrator Angie Purdy here. She may be speaking as well, but welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. I just have a few things to talk about before we plunge into our first budget, if I might. So first is that we, hold on a second, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, the RoboVac started. It must be 8 o'clock. Oh my goodness, it's all go in the house. Sorry. So I just have a couple of things to say. First, we do want to give our thanks to the council for your great work. We've worked well together all year round, but especially during the pandemic. And we appreciate your effort to set the budget, which I know is not easy. Both Commissioner Jones and I have been on the council. Big thank you to our commissioner staff. Angie Purdy, our administrator, amazing work. Jill Newman, who works on the claims, which are many, and Dina DeLauder-Myers, who is amazing and does so many things, as you heard from the recorder yesterday. Big thanks to our health department, Dr. Sharp, Penny Caudill, the whole staff. Amazing through this pandemic. Emergency management, Allison Moore, Kate Petroline, fabulous. It's just been incredible to work with these great folks, and our legal staff, who has been working non-stop through this whole pandemic. And a big thanks to all of our departments, department heads. They've all done great work and have been flexible and thoughtful through this whole process. I just want to update you briefly that as of the 8th of September, which is the last update I received, we have submitted $857,564 for reimbursement from federal funding, FEMA, and CARES. If you want a breakdown on that, just let me know. The grant administration, the auditor's office has been fabulous. The clerk, sheriff, and YSB received additional CARES money, which you've heard about this week. That's not included in the $857,000. A note that we are providing CARES funding for businesses. Our support for businesses continues. We did the food and beverage grant dollars, not loans, but grants. And that was huge, almost $400,000. In addition to that, as of today, we have $71,700 in funding from CARES going to local businesses and social service agencies from all over Monroe County. And we've also asked for reimbursement on $26,101 to help with our taxing units. In this case, the library has been the only applicant, the Monroe County Public Library. And that's for non-payroll COVID expenses not covered elsewhere. And so if a business or social service agency wants to apply, just see our homepage, co.monroe.in.us. I also will note that the Township Trustee Association dropped by, Barb Uli from Washington Township dropped by the commissioners meeting a few weeks ago to report that approximately $12,000 of township assistance funding has already gone out to our residents in need. And thanks to the council for working with us on that as well. So we're ready to get into the budget. I would ask if I might to be able to share my screen. I'm going to be bold and boot out the other. It'll take me one moment. And we're going to talk about the commissioner's salary first. I will be showing some images while my colleagues take that away. We'll start with Commissioner Jones, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Good evening, Council. It's kind of interesting being on this side of the virtual podium. As most of you know, I was on the, well, I think all of you know that I was on the council for 6 years, and I thought I had a really good understanding of county government. It turned out that it was a whole lot more demanding than anything I ever realized. Much of what we do is the same as what the council does, but the order of magnitude is much, much higher. I do the kind of reading I've had to do has quadrupled, as have the meetings I attend. We all have to be on call pretty much 24/7 because anytime an emergency arises, it requires two of us to make any decision. This has come up several times recently with the protests. Our office staff discovered during the weekday that a protest was going to be happening at the courthouse. And they felt that it would be best to allow the county courthouse employees to go early so they wouldn't risk being harassed or feeling uncomfortable or whatever. And that could not be done without two of us being available really very quickly to okay it. So we really have to be very flexible to be able to have this kind of availability. And of course, there are also all the texts and emails, the phone calls with constituents. Something that was kind of new to me is all the appearances and speeches, which mostly seem to happen in the evening or on weekends. With these kinds of demands, the salary makes it very, very difficult for most people to ever even consider taking on the commissioner's job. Most people have jobs that simply would not allow them the time or the flexibility to take this on. So they'd have to either quit their jobs or not even consider it. This kind of limits the pool of available candidates to those who are independently wealthy or retired, or maybe very occasionally someone who doesn't care about the salary, but is interested in the influence, which I can guarantee you that is not where we're at. I myself own my own business, which, because I own it myself, I have somewhat more flexibility than lots of people would. But for 6 months of the year, I cannot be available on Fridays or Saturdays. And for the first 2 of those months, I'm so busy that it's really very, very difficult for me to juggle all of the commissioner's duties along with what I need to do to actually earn a living. And I'm not, at our current salary, I'm not really able to replace myself in the business even partially, which is something that I really kind of hate because I miss an awful lot of appearances, meetings, speeches, all of those things, which I'm afraid gives the impression that I don't really care, which I very most certainly do. Commissioner Thomas is in much the same position. She has to teach and very frequently can't attend meetings that she's expected at, or appearances or speeches or any of those things. So I think, in my opinion, underrating the commissioners really cuts down on the field of candidates in a way that is unfair to the Monroe County public. They should have a good, broad field of people who can consider running for commissioner and be able to choose among them. It shouldn't have to only be people who can subsidize this position. Thank you, and I believe Commissioner Gibbons has something to say.
Sorry, I had to unmute, sorry. I really, to go after Allison Moore, Lisa Ridge, Julie Thomas, Lee Jones, the women on the county council. I mean, I work with great women, and that's been unusual in my professional life. When I agreed to come out of retirement to take on this role, I was told it was a part-time job, and it's never for me been a part-time job. I started making a list the other day. Of course, there's commissioner meetings, and there's frequently 100 pages to read beforehand. And it's clear from the questions we ask or that we send out in advance that we read all those, all of us. I sit on the MPO, and I've got a 173-page packet to finish before tomorrow. I'm on the Emergency Management Advisory Commission. I'm on the Affordable Housing Commission. I'm on the Downtown Bloomington Inc. Commission, the Substance Use Disorder. I attend the Parks Board, even though that's not a requirement for me, but I feel like it's important to know what's going on in our community and to interface with people and to know where our dollars are going. I'm on the Stormwater Board, and I'm on both the Solid Waste Board and the Executive Board for the Solid Waste. And again, reading.
when we talk about the COVID-19 spread, I sure have an opportunity to do that. Within the community, I attend things with the Bloomington Economic Development Corporation. I was at a meeting with them today. Because of Iris Kiesling, one of my predecessors, I do things like attend the Ellisville Chamber of Commerce meetings when they occur in person. I've been going to Stride Coalition meetings, the United Way Breakfast Series, been helping out at the Hoosier Hills Food Bank, and that's taught me what needs to go on in this community. 2 different meetings with different community leaders, and one of those has included meetings that include the IU health system with Brian Shockney, IU emergency management, our health people, the mayor. It's just been amazing. And one of the things that I heard Brian Shockney, the head of the regional IU health, say recently is that before the IU students came back, we're not talking about currently, but before they came back, we regionally, we were doing better than any of the other IU health systems. And he felt it was because we took the time to collaborate and because we work so well together. It was just amazing. I also attend the Child Care Coalition meetings when I can, when I don't have an MPO meeting or other things going on. The Bloomington Chamber Women in Leadership Group, all those have been going on. And so that takes time. It takes reading, it takes dedication, and it takes a very, very flexible schedule. And it does amount to much more than 40 hours a week for me. The council members know, because I sent it out, that I did a comparison of 2019 salaries for different commissioners. And I looked at Monroe County versus Tippecanoe and Vigo counties, partly because those also have major universities at them, especially Tippecanoe. Tippecanoe is much more like us than other places when you consider IU versus Purdue and the things that we deal with on a regular basis with students and what that means for our jail system and our legal system and all that. In 2019, the county commissioners in Monroe County were paid a little bit over $34,000. In Tippecanoe County, they were paid $62,000. That's 2019. And in Vigo County, over $58,000. Now, Vigo County just went through some of the same things we're looking at with a new jail. They went through a thing with their convention center, just all kinds of comparisons that we have to make. And as Commissioner Jones said, we're out there publicly. We are the face of Monroe County. And anytime you see us out there speaking, we've prepped for that. We don't walk onto the stage, as it were, and start to talk. We take this seriously. We take our connection with the community seriously. And while this is it's probably the most rewarding job I've ever had, it's also the hardest, and it has to change. It changes every day. I have to learn every day. The COVID crisis has added to what we do, but it is certainly not above what I expect. We don't know what the next crisis is, but believe me, whether it's a tornado or a flood or whatever it is, there's going to be another crisis that we're going to have to be ready to deal with. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Just to tie up a few things that I would like to mention as well, if I might. This is an issue of pay equity. It's an honor. It is a privilege to serve the residents of Monroe County. They do not expect us to be part-time, yet somehow the council does. We are full-time, and our community deserves us to be full-time. We've been, our proposal will bring us in line with other full-time employees in the county, and we've been asking for pay raises for years. We've been granted one. We appreciate it more than we can tell you. However, COVID has demonstrated that it's just not enough. We write the vast majority of our own press releases and speeches. We don't have communications people working on these things. We are the full-time CEO, COO, of Monroe County with both legislative and executive functions. As my colleagues noted, there's a lot of reading and a lot of research. I've learned more about COVID than I could probably tell you. The COVID impacts were significant. For me, I was teaching when this all hit. I was working 80-hour weeks for the county and doing another 20 to do my other jobs, my other teaching jobs, to get them done. I've cut back a bit, but now I'm hurting financially because I had to cut back on some of my teaching responsibilities. And that's just not right. But I, of course, put the county residents first. We have been coordinating with COVID. We've been coordinating employee workplaces, remote work, worked with every single department. Every single department got a call from us and had a meeting with us. We worked with health, emergency management, legal, and HR. We wrote the continuity of operations plan. We've worked obviously with the council on the food and beverage funding and providing support for all of our other agencies, food banks, townships, and all of our residents. We're working on creating the anti-bias training for at least all civil employees. Our daily calls, we were on daily calls, as Allison noted, every day, Sunday, Saturday, every day, we were on calls dealing with this emergency. And the county residents deserve that and expect that, but we should be compensated appropriately. When the criminal justice reform study goes through, who is going to coordinate all of the different voices on Monroe County government? It's going to be us. We're happy to do it. We're looking forward to it, but that's another burden. Corey's in the uplands working on broadband fiber. I'm trying to get this rolling to develop a farm at Youth Service Bureau, economic development, rural development, state legislative lobbying. And once the census is done, we're going to have to codify all the precinct changes and work with the city and county council on districts. We're responsible for that in 2021. Do you want us to be part-time or full-time for that? We've worked on energy savings project, the parking garage. We're actively protecting Lake Monroe. The criminal justice reform study, we're going to be working on implementing that. The convention center took up a load of time, as you all know. Annexation, let's not forget that, 2017 and 18, we're attending meetings all over the county, working with constituents everywhere to try to help defeat that. We're working with township fire departments right now as they move into the fire district. That's on us. We set that bar so that we have public input in every one of those decisions. And we ensured that we worked with the sheriff to provide body cams for our jail staff in the correctional center. I mean, that's just some of what we've been doing in the last 2 years. And it takes a lot. It takes a lot of time and energy, and we love our jobs. It is the best job in the world, but it is a hard job. And it's very difficult to balance multiple jobs while we do this. So we wanted to give you that information so that you had it in front of you, so you had it, a sense of what we're doing. And we do have I have other comments to make on this budget, but I wanted to start with the top line, the tens, and go from there. I'm going to stop sharing at this point so you can have it back. Thank you so much for indulging us with our little photo album. The other changes, I'm just going to use some line numbers. In the 30s, we have, these are all increases, okay? I'll start with those and we'll go to the decreases, the reductions. In the 30s, 30013 professional services, we're looking to increase that by 5,000 to reflect additional costs. 30800 postage, this will cover leasing the equipment, the ink, toner service for all of the county courthouse users. This is an increase of 2,500. 33008, this is general insurance for the county. This is not health insurance. This is general insurance for the county, liability, auto, et cetera. That we were told by our insurance agent needs to go up 10%. This year it was 728,000. So we are setting that at $800,851 to cover that. Stone Belt and Centerstone are increasing, but they're outside the levy, as you know. Board support has increased. This is based on what we're actually receiving requests for, 3,000 up to 4,000. So that's a $1,000 increase. Our Memorial Day expense, again, we're reflecting typical claims, up $500 from 5,500 to 6,000. If you want me to pause there before I talk about reductions, or I can go into the reductions.
Why don't we just move into the reductions too, yeah.
Okay, I'll keep rolling. So there are a number of points. There are 3 points in the 20s, the 30s, and the 40s where our ADA compliance was set at $2,000. We've taken that out of the 20s, which is line 21121, out of the 30s, 31121, and out of the 40s, 41121. If you're picking up a pattern, you're still awake, good. We've reduced those to 0, but we've moved all of that into the Cumulative Capital Development Fund. It really belongs there, but that frees up some additional county general money. Official bond reduced by 5,000. That's just based on our typical costs. Legal notices are zeroed out because those are paid through the auditor's office. Soil and Water Conservation District reduced $500. That's for overhead costs. That's based on actual needs and actual claims that we've been getting. So we reduced that. Note that rural transit is 30,000, which is the same as in 2020. There's no vehicle purchase included this year. When you remove the set increases for Stone Belt and Centerstone, you will see that we have $165,408 increase in our total budget. Please note that one thing we're going to say is that if we are given full-time pay, full-time pay for our work, then we are going to remove a position we've asked for from fleet, and we would be happy to do that. And that's just something I want to put on the table as we have a discussion. And that reduction will be $66,175.
Okay, is that everything?
May I say one thing? Angie Purdy has pointed out that line 172 should be listed as HealthNet instead of BIM.
Right.
I just noticed that. I told Megan to make a note of it. So thank you.
Right. HealthNet replaced VIM. They've had from January to June of this year, they've had 1,400 unique visits, and they have about 700 patients. So we're a critical part of funding that. And I know that Nancy Richardson appreciates all of the help the council provides and allows the commissioners to do this, this annual contribution to our county's health.
Great. Okay, so I think we'll turn now to council members for any discussion, questions, comments, and so forth. Who would like to get started? Mr. McKim?
Sorry. I might as well go right at the elephant in the room and talk about the commissioner's salary request. Let's get that discussion over with. My immediate reaction when I heard about this request was, to maintain decorum, I'll say akin to not only no, but heck no. But I promised my colleagues and constituents and myself that I would look at it with an open mind, and I've somewhat come around, at least part of the way. And in a couple of ways, it's become clear to me that our commissioners are undercompensated. First, in particular, as the county grows and as the duty of county government becomes more complex, which it does, it is clear that the executive duties have also become more demanding. The salaries as they are now do seem kind of antiquated for the duties of a CEO of a 500 plus FTE organization. Now, I do understand that there are 3 of them, but it isn't like 2 of them can delegate the work to a 3rd. I'd be in favor of a single executive structure myself, but that would take both legislation and a referendum. Second, it's clear that they're undercompensated after looking both at the salaries for at the salaries for commissioners of comparable counties, both in absolute terms and in per capita terms, and also in relationship with other elected officials. For example, it's been mentioned that in our fellow university county, Tippecanoe, the commissioners earn over $62,000 each. So once we agree that the commissioners are undercompensated, the question really then comes down to by how much. And that question is really difficult to say. So after all, salaries are generally determined in relationship to a particular labor market, right? What's the relevant labor market for county commissioners? I have no idea. So generally the best we have is these comparisons with other counties. And in that vein, I know that the compensation for commissioners and along with other elected officials is within the scope of the WISC contract that we've just entered into. So I think we will have some potentially more objective information available soon to rely on determining a salary. But given what we're seeing with other counties, it's hard to imagine that it will not be significantly higher than it is right now. Will it be what's being asked? I don't know. But in that vein, I am willing to give the commissioners a down payment on a salary that we might ultimately settle on after our WISC study comes in. And I'm prepared to make a motion in that regard and see where it goes. But I do want to say something about the timing of the request. Yes, it is bad, really bad timing for a couple of reasons. First, when we're struggling to give an annual raise to county employees, it looks really bad to be giving the commissioners a substantial salary increase. I get that. Secondly, we probably should have done something last year before candidates had a chance to file for election. I'm somewhat sympathetic to the argument that the current candidates, who both happen to be incumbents, knew what the salary was before they ran. But that said, the appropriate time for an equity adjustment, that is an adjustment to correct a previous inequity, is as soon as possible. So I know it won't be popular, but I do think it's the right thing to do. And so with that, I'm willing to make that down payment with the following motion. Council, I move we reduce lines 10300, 10400, 11012 commissioner to $46,000 each.
Okay. Mr. Kim has a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and it's Mr. Deckard seconded. Do we have any discussion or comments for the motion by Mr. McKim? Mr. Iverson?
Yeah, I've done a lot of thinking on this as well, and I've had the privilege of talking to some of the commissioners about this, and I also consider this to be just the timing of this is just terrible. The people who we serve, are really going through a hard time. Evictions are happening. We know that people are getting sick. We know that people are dying in our community, and we know that the employees that we serve are having a really hard time too, with so much uncertainty. That being said, I also would be interested in hearing an objective opinion. I think Councilman Kim noticed that the trying to find a labor market that we can compare this to is really difficult, and I also struggle with the fact that I personally known these commissioners for a very long time, at least in my lifetime, and I feel that an objective opinion is necessary. I like the idea of putting a down payment on something that maybe WIS is going to suggest is going to be substantially higher. I do appreciate Commissioner Githen's work in putting together comparable salaries from different communities. I think that was particularly eye-opening for me in terms of knowing what other commissioners are making in different communities. And so I'm thankful for the increased data. I'd be interested to see more. And I think Councilman McKim's amendment is a good start, and I'll be supporting it.
Okay, so I've been giving a lot of thought to this salary question for the elected position of commissioner in Monroe County as well. As long as I've been on the council, we've been talking about this question. And the more I've been thinking about it, I do see the merits in the arguments that we've heard tonight, and for many years actually. And when we look at these positions, and not the people serving in the positions, but the actual positions themselves, the position of commissioner in Monroe County today in 2020 is essentially a chief executive level role in an organization of 500 plus full-time employees. And along with that role comes a tremendous amount of responsibility and people management and strategic decision-making. And it ultimately requires an extraordinary level of accountability to the community. And I know our commissioners understand all of that. And along those lines, I do believe that we should be looking at the position of commissioner as more than just a part-time role. And I'm not quite sure where the ideology came from, but I think we should try to get beyond the expectation or perception that the position of commissioner today, again, in 2020, should just merely be some kind of a side gig. You know, in my opinion, these positions involve just way too much responsibility and accountability to the community to be kind of relegated away as a part-time side gig. So that's a big reason for why I think we need to be making more progress on compensation for some of these positions. And I know that everyone may not agree with that, or you know, you may want to debate who and who should not receive raises, but my views here are based entirely on the positions themselves and the level of responsibility and accountability that goes along with those positions. So I'm willing to take this step now, and then later next year we can kind of have WIS take a look and see if we're in the target zone for how the position should be compensated, or if we need to make further adjustments based on the current duties and responsibilities that we as a community expect from our commissioners. Any other comment, Ms. Munson?
When I first saw this budget proposal, and after talking with several of the commissioners, I was very concerned because we have planned this WIS study for all county employees. And after discussions and reflecting on what has been the workload of the commissioners over the last year, and what we want our commissioners to be doing in the next several years as we are recovering economically in this county, and as we are caring for the people of this county who are having a difficult time, I want our commissioners to be properly compensated. What that amount is hard for me to know because there are multiple variables. But I have reviewed commissioner salaries before. In fact, I took on a comparison before Commissioner Githens did several years back of salaries for a number of different counties. And Monroe County was not at the bottom, it was not at the top, it was in the middle. I don't want in the middle commissioners. I want the best commissioners for Monroe County. And so I'm going to support this increase now, even though the WIS study is not done. But I feel certain that the WIS study will see that $46,000 a year will be not unacceptable. And I look forward to learning more about the kind of compensation that our commissioners and our other employees in the county should receive. Thanks.
Any further questions or comments, Mr. Deckard?
Thank you very much. You know, when people serve the community and they serve the county, there are things that you can describe about what that's like, and every experience is very different. I know the folks that are at our counters every day, and now they're at virtual counters. Literally, I know it's a different experience in every office. And the one good thing about the budget process is you hear every single office come through And, you know, it's funny, as candidates, we get all these questions about what we would cut and what services would you not offer. And I sometimes wonder if the people that draft the questions have never actually met the people that serve our county or been in our departments, because a lot of 99.9% of what we do is extremely purposeful and is serving some need in the community that the private sector is not going to cover, and that our not-for-profits can't cover. And that's just the reality. And tomorrow morning, those offices will open and do all those things. I also am keenly aware that the way the state has structured county government would almost indicate sometimes that the state didn't have high regards for county government or wanted to do things quickly or very much. And the reality is that we have a system of diffused elected heads, some that were created in the state constitution and some later, and some just all different altogether. And again, in the budget process, we see all that come through. I think sometimes with that diffusion, what gets lost is the merit and the wonderful things that county employees do. I'm a son of a retired county employee, and so I experienced, as being that son, I experienced how county benefits were back then, how they evolved for county employees. And I can remember a time when vision care was something that was paid out of pocket by county employees that we did not offer. And I can remember watching mom do that. You know, that's what we had. I like to think that well before I got on this council, things have evolved for rewarding our employees, taking care of them, trying to keep them and retain them. I know that also elected officials sometimes get a bad rap because they're elected officials and people don't view their public service honorably because politics was involved in getting them into those offices. It's a shame what this country's done to that process, but I would never want to see anything that inhibits people from certainly stepping forward. I do believe at the end of the day, whether you're talking about a county employee or a commissioner who is a county employee, they just get there a different way, that you have to be keenly cognizant of how you reward and take care of them for the service that they provide. And nobody ever got rich on any of this. That is the reality. Everybody knows that, and you do it because of the service. As PAC chair, I have a lot of faith in the WIS process that we're going. I have to have faith in that because the county has chosen to invest in that process. And I'm really cognizant that when we get back that report, it's going to tell us for all those folks with all those designations where we need to be on some of those things and what we need to do. And I think that WIS could also tell us on these elected positions a lot more information. I don't know what Tippecanoe County got to get to the levels it did, and I certainly don't know about Vigo or Vigo, depending on where you're at in the state. People say it different. I know that how they got to that is all different, and that's okay. Monroe County, I do know this, we're extremely thoughtful. We have public comment, where in some communities they don't have it at all. We have that for a reason. And so we have a thoughtful process. I'm encouraged by that for PAC. I do, for whatever reason, our predecessors have set that rate for commissioners as it was. I do think it needs adjusted. I'm not sure what the perfect amount is. You certainly have a suggestion, commissioners. I think Mr. McKim's got an amendment that I seconded. I think that takes a step in a direction until we know with more certitude some further information. But I just always want to go back to that fact that we have to do every single thing in our power to make sure that county employees and public service generally, which also includes elected officials, which I'm one of them, that we don't demonize that, because we have enough of that is shoving people away from mistrust and a lack of faith in our systems. And we need people there when we call on them to do it. I'm sympathetic also to the obligations of multiple things. Teaching, you know, some people saw it this week. I was teaching in a classroom and then voting in this council, and back to teaching in a classroom and voting on this council. And that's my small part of service. So with that, that's a long-winded thing, but I know the county employees of this community are extremely important to us. And I don't want this council to have anything that ever gets between them and us. And certainly I'm hopeful and optimistic that our WIS discussions and work that we've invested so much in helps us in that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiltz.
Thank you. And I, as my colleagues have, I've thought a lot about this. I've gone, admittedly, back and forth, back and forth. I have expressed that to a few of you. You know, I think that what I see is somewhat cherry picking comparisons with other counties isn't exactly a fair comparison when we offer benefits that some other counties don't. And we have different staff supports than some other counties. And so I just feel like there's a lot of information that we haven't considered in this. And, you know, we all signed up for this to some extent. Granted, I'll be the first to admit I did not know what I was getting into. And I'm gonna guess that's the same feeling several of you are having. So I do recognize that we have commissioners that are working tirelessly, really. I mean, you exhaust me just watching, and you're doing an amazing job, and you are undoubtedly undercompensated for the jobs that you are doing. We just paid for a study of our salaries, though, and we intentionally incorporated elected officials into that study to give us the information to make this decision that we're trying to make. So I feel like this is a little premature. I don't have the information that I'd like to have to feel really confident about doing this, especially in the face of the constituents that I've heard from don't think this is the time. And I have a hard time with raising the salaries of those who have a lot when there are so many who have very little and might be looking at less. We've asked many people in the county even to wait on increasing their staff salaries because of the study that we've asked for. So to me, this seems disingenuous, I think. The study was intended to really give us this information. I don't have that information. I feel like I've been put in a difficult position, and I guess that's what being an elected official is all about. I appreciate Councilor McKim's motion because I do believe in compromise at the end of the day. And you can tell I'm sort of stream of consciousnessing things right now, but you know, if I do want to support the commissioners, the role of the commissioners, not just the beautiful human beings who happen to be our elected commissioners right now. And I think if we can, I understand Councilor McKim's gesture in trying to support them in allowing them to be even better in their role, maybe slightly less exhausted in their role. I'll leave it at that. That's all I got.
All right. Any other questions or comments on Mr. McKim's motion? Councilmember Hawk?
Yes. I think I probably don't have to tell you how much I love serving Monroe County government. And I have spent many, many years really doing without the kind of income I had made before I became so involved and dedicated to serving the people. Many years ago, it was quite well known that I was one of the top producers in real estate in this county. And being on the county council, that just isn't going to happen and hasn't for a long time, because it's hard to do the job the way I want to do county council responsibilities and still be able to be successful in my real estate career. I mean, obviously, the bottom line shows that. I know I could be on the county council and not be as dedicated to want to give it everything. But that's just not the way I am. I want to make sure that I understand the legislation, that I understand the budgets, that I understand the responsibilities, that I understand financial statements and where the dollars are coming from. And look at our county employees and know that many of them are serving in ways and in salaries that might not match what they could make in the private sector, and yet they love county government too. I would just say that when we are looking at, and we had already started trying to decide what the proper salary was going to be for everyone, and we're putting out a lot of money to get that decision made, that to jump some people ahead of the other 600 people, whether they're the leaders or the elected people or they're not, it's just not, in my estimation, it's a matter of fairness. I understand that there's a big difference when you are sitting here and it's a 6-1 political makeup. And I rarely speak, you know that I rarely speak of that, because when we get elected, we really are supposed to be serving everyone, no matter which side of the aisle. But I understand that there are things decided by the majority, and that's why we have, why it's operated that way, the majority rules. So I won't be supporting any kind of, and I'll just be passing on several of these budgets until we start getting more information having to do with WIS and our revenue, and look at the public that's paying the taxes and how they are doing. We signed a statement saying that we think this is a wrong time to be raising income tax on the people of this county. And yet at the same time, we're going to say the taxes we've already collected, we are going to spend in ways that are going to give some people a much larger raise than the lowest paid county employees that start at under $30,000 in comment 1. I have a problem with it, but I accept that this is what's going to happen. So that's my only choice. I have to accept it or walk away, and I can't walk away from county government. So
Okay.
So a part of what some of us do, we serve our constituents in ways that we don't have to, just like the commissioners. They're at all these different events, and I appreciate that, because I think that's part of being public servant. I do the same thing. You do the same thing. I mean, that's what we do. Somebody said, why are you working so hard on this BCA thing over in Ellisville? Well, because that's what I do. That's what we do. Nobody tells us we have to. That's just what we do.
Okay. Thank you all for your comments. And the motion on the floor, do we have any? I don't think we have any further discussion. So we'll take a roll call vote now on the motion, which was to reduce the requested salary amount for the commissioners of $60,133 to an amount of $46,000.
Counselor Wells,
No.
It's tough.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk, Counselor McKim,
You're muted, Jeff.
McKim,
McCann.
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed majority 5-2.
Okay, so we'll now move on to any other discussion items on the Commissioner's General Fund budget. Any other questions or comments regarding?
I'm gonna act like I'm doing something.
And I believe Ms. Shell will we'll start working on our
Changes.
changes, yes.
We did agree that it was
Yes.
May want to, there we go. Okay. Any other questions regarding the Commissioner's requested budget? Yes, Mr. Iverson?
You know, as someone who's going through their first budget process, I think it's notable, and I think the public should understand that Monroe County government is allocating a good amount of money towards to support services for individuals with disabilities, and I think that is a fantastic reason why so many of us are so engaged in public services, that we are helping those who are in need. I also, you know, if you just go through this budget, we're really helping a lot of people in this community, and I think that's very laudable. And so I just wanted to offer that reflection as someone who's going through this for the first time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms. Shell?
All right, the amounts have been deducted and the corresponding benefits have also been deducted. So that is the new amount for the personnel right there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So council, I move that we vote to approve, after further discussion and review if necessary, the amended amount in the personnel category for Fund 1000-0068 General Fund Commissioners, which is now 333. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, that's not right. $487,896. The supplies, services stay the same. Capital remains at 0 for a total budget of $3,416,287.
Second.
Okay. Any last call for any questions or discussion on the budget as amended? The budget request as amended. Okay, we'll take a roll call vote.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Having to do with the salary increases there. If we determine that we're going to see, you know, when we look at all this, and if we look like it's going to be able to give a 2% raise or 1.5% raise or what, is that going to be on top of this?
I thought of that. I thought of that, and I mean, I would say no. I think this is what the salary is going to be.
I would say, yeah, and that would be my opinion as well, that any raise that is, or increase in compensation that is in excess of whatever we'll be able to do in terms of cost of living, those positions would be exempt from that cost of living raise. That would be my opinion on how to handle it.
Thank you.
I have one
Yes.
comment. I think this is obvious, but I feel like for the record, I want to make it clear that I do support this budget overall, and all of the incredible things that the commissioners have in here and that they are funding. And although this probably makes no sense, I'm tempted to vote yes for this budget because of all of the great things, even though I just voted against the salary part of it and tried to make a stink. So anyway, just throwing that out there.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Yes, Mr. Deckard.
One thing I want to say, and kind of, I think that part of this discussion is maybe prevented some discussion on just some other things, but I just like to make this comment. I think we just spent a year listening to comments about what Monroe County chooses to invest money in and how we take care of our people, and so a lot of suggestions on how we do that. And my gosh, we're figuring that out every day. But if you look throughout this request or this budget, you see investments in healthcare with HealthNet, them before that. I don't know what other counties are doing that, but we're doing that for the health of our folks. You see lines in there for rural transit, which is huge. I mean, think about that. And a lot of us have talked about how we could potentially connect the community just a little bit more. On our budget, which that's tomorrow, we'll talk about Sophia Travis funds that go into those not-for-profits that are literally helping our folks keep it together. And so I just, on a really positive note, want to point to the fact that we have been doing those alternatives for a while. And this is I wasn't on the council then. Others were, folks like Julie Thomas were, and those are big things for this community. And that's what the folks expect of us. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Thomas, did you have a closing remark?
Yep, just a quick statement. I really appreciate everybody's comments and thoughtfulness. I will say that we have put Monroe County first. I'm really proud of what the Board of Commissioners has done. We've worked with the council, we've worked with every department. We have helped keep food banks going. We have helped keep people's lights on and their rent paid. We have helped ensure that businesses are vital and in a strong position post-COVID. We've done that, and we should all be really proud of that. I will note to Ms. Hawk's statement that yes, indeed, we all come into this wanting to be public servants, but I have had a total of 5 days off since the pandemic started in March, and that includes weekends. 5 days, 80-hour weeks, 100-hour weeks. I'm burning out. So we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are ready to call the roll on accepting the budget.
Okay. Councilor Munson?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
No.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor McCann?
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz?
No.
Councilor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Motion passed majority 5-2.
Okay.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0161, General Fund County Buildings. Commissioners. Personnel category $252,161, supplies $76,500, services $1,618,922, capital 0, for a total budget of $1,947,583.
Second.
All right.
Oh.
There you go.
We're off and on. Sorry, my toggle is toggling. I just want to start by thanking our maintenance crew. They really responded well to the pandemic. They made sure that every office has all the cleaning supplies they need, sanitizer, hand sanitizer, everything. We worked through every aspect of marking floors and putting up plexiglass, and they have just been amazing. And this, I will note, is the County General Buildings Department, meaning our facilities. This is not the building department or building commission that you've already heard tonight with Mr. Gersbauer. Overall, this is a budget reduction of $121,874. Once again, we're cutting. The decreases reductions are as follows. In the tens, line 17801, part-time has been reduced to $5,000. We've the maintenance staff has reorganized the way they do tasks, and we no longer need this. In the 20s, 23006, parts and supplies, that has been moved to cumulative capital development fund, so that's a reduction of 20,000. In the 30s, 30004. We've reduced this to $8,000. That's a reduction of $40,500. And that's based on what we think we really need. And again, in the 40s, 41121 ADA capital expense has been moved to cumulative capital development fund for a reduction of from $60,000. On the increase side, we have in the 20s, 23003 grounds. That has been increased to $23,000. I'm sorry, increased by $23,000 from $5,000 to $28,000. This covers all of this. Is a contract we have with a local company. They provide all of our landscaping, including the beautiful wall on the parking garage, our green wall on the parking garage. But they manage the landscaping for showers, courthouse, justice building, of course, our garage planters, the health building, and Johnson Hardware. I think our grounds are amazing and beautiful, and we want to keep them that way, and they've been doing a great job so far. In the 30s, we had a slight increase on Johnson Hardware maintenance, line 31430. That's an increase of $74. And this includes cleaning. And in line 36003, what we've done, it's not really, it's sort of an increase, but it's kind of not. But what we've done is Ms. Purdy has worked to put all of the utilities together in one line based on her discussions with Ms. Shell. So with that, we can take any questions you may have.
Anybody like to start off with a question for the commissioners? Yes, Ms. Munson.
This isn't really for the commissioners, but it is for our consideration. And that is, I thought previously we were able to see the 2019 budget column and maybe another budget column.
Can we add that on there, Michelle?
You can. You'll lose some things. So, but just give me a moment. Yeah, notes and maybe something else. So hold on, please.
So maybe just 2019 or 2020.
And that is in the spreadsheet that was sent out to us, the budget all funds as well. So if you want to look at your own copy, that has 18 and 19 as well.
Yeah.
Right.
It's also in Dropbox.
I would do that, but I can't see that and also see what's going on with this budget sheet.
Do you want 19 and 20 or just 19 or just 20?
I'd be happy just with 20. I don't know what others want.
Let me see.
20 is fine.
Well, okay, let's try it this way. Hold on just a second. See if that gives you.
There we go.
Okay, what line are you wanting to see so I make sure it's on there?
Column for 20.
Pardon?
I think it'd be helpful to see the column for 20.
It's right here. This is 20 right here. Sorry, my bad. Oops. This is 20. What account line are you wanting to see? You're muted.
I wanted to be able to see what these were as we were reviewing
Gotcha. Okay.
the increases and decreases.
Gotcha. Okay. Does that help?
I think it's helpful.
Okay. There you go. I'm going to put it over here. Because this doesn't block what they're saying. It's just blocking what I'm saying, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, any question, Ms. Wilkes?
Yeah, I have a question about the Justice Building, Justice Building management. And it's 670,000. The number includes the cost of the contract plus after-hour emergencies. Could someone just talk a little bit about that and like maybe how much of that's after-hour emergencies and how frequently that happens? Because it's not that different from the 2020 approved or even really 2019. So I'm wondering.
Right. Yeah, just a quick shout out to the folks at ASI, because when we had our awful cold winter a few winters ago, we actually worked with ASI on establishing a warming center downtown for residents in the Justice Building, and they ended up donating their time. So they're a very community-minded group at ASI. So kudos to them. They do a lot for us. Angie can probably speak to the specifics about the after hours, but this is the contract that we currently have with them. It is slightly higher, but not by much. But Ms. Purdy?
Yeah, this is actually a flat budget, or this line is flat from last year with just some additional money put in to allow us to pay for those after-hour situations that do occur, because we have not actually budgeted for that in the past, and we've had to find other ways to account for that money by transferring from other lines, and don't like to do that. I like to keep it as clean as possible. I think that this particular, the Justice Building management line, that also includes our security that we have at the front door. And it includes not only maintenance, but also the cleaning for that particular building.
So this is, the call out is, a pipe burst in the jail.
Right.
Yeah, and they do.
Yeah. Yes,
So just an example.
Okay. Yeah. So really it's not, it's mostly the main contract by.
Right.
Okay.
The addition is in anticipation of what we may need, where we won't have to pull it out of a different part of the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Trying to have these lines as accurate as possible. I don't like transferring between lines because it makes it difficult to then really kind of follow what's going on.
I only have tonight and tomorrow.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this budget? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept it.
Councillor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Deckard,
Yes.
Councillor Hawk,
Yes.
Councillor Wilk.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0307 General Fund Fleet. Personnel category $98,081. Supplies and capital 0. Services $31,200. for a total budget of $129,281.
Second.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. So this is one of the items I want to talk about in the salary section, the tens, relates to line 15804, which would be for vehicle maintenance for non-motor vehicle highway vehicles. 1/3 of the cost of this mechanic is here. The other 2/3 you will find in public safety lit vehicles, because most of the repairs and maintenance relates to the Sheriff's Department, of course, the most heavily used vehicles we have outside of the MVH. We discovered that we cannot use MVH for this function. That's where it had been before. And so we ended up utilizing local businesses to fill the need, but that takes additional coordination. So it's very important to get this position filled internally, we believe, because we cannot use MVH dollars for it. It's new to County General. I will also note another increase, which is in line 15880, a fleet and building administrator, because we're not, it's $54,309. And of course, we would be, as commissioners, supervising this as another person, which is not ideal, but that is a lot of additional work. We're, as I mentioned at the outset, we're willing to take that on, but we want to leave that in here for your consideration, please. With fringe, the total cost there is $66,175. This is an important job that needs to be done, and it relates to ensuring the non-MVH fleet maintenance is on schedule, but then also for our buildings, tracking every single piece of furniture, every single maintenance task in every single building, and ensuring we get on a schedule so that we are replacing them as needed and following a schedule. We have the software, we don't have that organization in place yet. In the 30s, we have an increase in line 31002. It's a $1,000 increase. We did add another vehicle, so that's just accommodating that additional vehicle. This vehicle is for Technical Services Department. In 31003, weights and measures vehicle, again, an additional cost that we've seen this year, so we wanted to carry that through to next year because that's probably true. It is now a 4-year-old vehicle, going on 5. So, and in 31010 parks, a $500 increase there as well. And again, this is just reflecting what we are actually paying out for these maintenance tasks that have to be done. We keep our employees safe. There is a decrease that's possible, if you'd like, in the 30s, 31004. This can be decreased by $2,000, but it would have to be moved to PS Lit, Public Safety Local Income Tax Fund. If it just can't disappear. But you'll see that note under on the far right-hand column there. That's what I have.
All right, Mr. McKim, you want to get started?
Yes. So help me understand why, if we do hire this mechanic position, then we also have those maintenance expenses in the 30s. What are in the services category? What do those cover that are beyond what the mechanic would actually perform? Are those parts?
It would be parts. Absolutely. And there are some things a mechanic won't be able to do in-house. If it's a really extensive repair, for example, that's worth doing, that may have to go out. I would imagine that those lines would not be fully utilized if we were in-house next year. But my ability, Angie's ability to actually predict what that would cost is very difficult. But this is a very similar cost to previous years when we were using the MVH mechanic inappropriately. So I think I think we're just really looking at parts here, and if there's a necessity, we need to go out and pay somebody to do something that we may not have the equipment to do.
Okay, it just looks like the services category isn't really decreasing that much in any of those departmental maintenance categories at the same time that we're considering hiring a mechanic. So I'm just wondering if we're double billing for some of this.
Yeah, maybe Angie wants to speak about where we're paying for our fleet services out of right now, which is not here.
Yeah, I think what I would say is that this is such an unknown, and we didn't know if we would get the mechanic. We don't know what the council is willing to do, and we don't know what our costs will be. So we didn't want to hamper ourselves and also give a false impression of we're going to be able to do this without it costing us anything. So that's why this is a rather conservative and very similar to what you've seen in years past, because it's just based on so much unknown.
Okay, I mean, I like the idea of hiring the mechanic in-house. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
I would expect to see some reduction in the services categories. Then I guess the other question I have is what status is the fleet building administrator position description? Has that gone through PAC at all or been classified?
It has not.
No.
Okay. So that's the sort of position that we could remove from the budget and let it go through the process, kind of like we did for the position for the sheriff's department.
Yeah,
all right,
I'm sorry, with the sheriff's, yeah.
I'll yield.
May I ask? So if you take it out of here and then we take the PAC, does it then just come back as, do we come back as if it goes through the process, and it's approved, do we then come back and ask for the additional at that point in time?
Yes.
You could always
Okay,
add it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But that'll give
Wells?
that'll give everybody more chance to actually, evaluate the benefits of that position on its own merits.
Well, I just wanted to kind of piggyback on that and say that I think this type of position is given if it's got the right sort of position description associated with it, I think it could be invaluable. I think it could be really good for the county. So I think we should probably treat it the same way we have done the other positions that we support but don't have job descriptions for, and we do want to kind of be consistent. I don't want it to seem as though I don't think I'm the only one who feels this way, but I don't want it to seem as though we're feeling that this is not an important position. I think asset management is something that in the long run is, prudent and well worth the upfront costs of having someone who knows what they're doing. So with that, I don't know if Jeff was planning to make the motion. Go right ahead if
feel free. Councilor Wiltz, feel free.
it's gonna look like I'm beating up on people. I want someone else to make the motion.
Can I ask him some questions?
Mr. Iverson, yeah.
Well, I can do this before or after the motion. But I have questions too about 15880. So, Councilor Wiltz, did you want to make a motion or
ask questions?
Okay, all right. So I have two questions about the 15880 line position. So number one, I wanted to get some clarity. I think Commissioner Thomas, I may have misheard you, so I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. You said something that along the lines that we have software to track like a maintenance schedule, but we don't have anybody to do the job, and so this is what that would be, or am I getting that right, or how did I hear you?
Yeah, you heard correctly. We do have software available. We have some things that we use the software for, but we're not using the software to its fullest capability. It may be that that software needs to be replaced at some point anyway. It is, again, this is a task where we had offered to, shelve this and ensure that it got taken care of among the three of us. But if y'all would rather talk about paying $66,000 to someone to do that, that's cool with me. And if you want to do it later, that's cool with me. I just want to see if my colleagues had anything they wanted to add.
Okay. I just think it's important that this happen one way or another. The state makes it necessary, and farming it out is not turning out to be a good idea.
Yeah, and one of the things that I heard when I came on board was that there had been too much that had been not monitored in the past. And so there were like all these purchases that had to be made for the fleet and all these things that had to go on with the building. I mean, we just got grief because of not having hot water in the Justice Building. And that was because we had a boiler we had to put in a boiler. So there's a lot that needs to go on that hasn't been going on for many years. So you have to decide how that gets administered. And you can't expect someone like Angie to take that on in addition to everything else that she does. I mean, she's just top notch, but she's.
And we are willing to do it. We're willing to do it, but we'd have to give up our other part-time jobs to do it. So.
Well, and that was my second point was, I think we've come to a consensus tonight that you are the CEO, like the three of you are the CEO of this very large organization. And do we want to be having the CEOs managing a building administrator? And I don't know if this is the right place for this job description, but I also don't know where it would live otherwise. So more of a comment than a question. And then, yeah.
But keep in mind too, that we're responsible for all the buildings, period. We're responsible for the fleet, period. So where else do you put it?
Yeah, just a thought. I don't know.
Councilor Hawk and then Mr. Deckard.
Yes, a logistic question here. Where do you plan for these people to be housed, their offices? And that's part of the question. The other one is, we know with the mechanic, they don't just go in there and say, oh, I'll fix this. They have to have tools that can be pretty expensive. So we need to have in our budget someplace where if we're going to hire somebody to do that, we're going to invest in the tools, or what do we plan to do with that? Is that?
I can address that. Yeah, I can address both those questions for you and then see if you have follow-up. First, regarding the fleet building administrator, we would have to find a place to house them, and I don't know where that would be. That person would probably be moving between a lot of offices all the time, much like we do every day. So that one unsettled. We don't know. We're just seeing what we can do to get this work done. Second, on the mechanic, maybe, I don't know. We have to have a space needs meeting and, just another meeting on the calendar. We are going to have space needs meetings because we've got a lot of other things that we're trying to accommodate at the same time, but it would be one part of many that are moving simultaneously, like the gears in our beautiful courthouse clock. The other piece of it is a great question. We talked about this today. The mechanic, what we would want to do is we would want to use the same parameters, and that's how we chose the salary. We want to use the same parameters that are used with the MVH mechanics. They bring their own tools, but we would have to do a tool allotment. I think it's $1,000 to $1,200 a year. That we did not put in here, and we would need to do that. But we would use the same, without putting them on that contract, but we would use the same parameters so that everybody that's working in that area, that bay, may not be working on MVH, but they're all paid equitably.
Because I think before there was, it was getting sort of confusing as you can just practically, you can just think about this. Some tools were their tools, some tools were somehow or the other left over. The whole tool situation was getting to be a real a problem there. So that's what I wanted to just make sure that we know where these people are going to be placed. I would think the mechanic would be someplace out at the highway garage, but I mean, that just sounds like it would make sense.
Right.
The fleet building administrator, I don't know. You might want a building administrator closer to you, say in the showers building or something. I just hope there's no room that I can see in the courthouse, but that is a county commissioner's decision.
Yeah. So just to clarify, there's one less MVH mechanic. So yes, that person who's a mechanic will be working in a bay next to the MVH mechanics out at Highway Garage. That's absolutely what we anticipate. So the larger tools that are the counties, they all use that, but then their own tools would have to be provided by them, but they get an allotment as the other mechanics do. So it's going to be an equitable situation.
Mr. Decker, did you have?
I do. I think I'm hearing some thoughts here on the fleet building administrator. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion on line 15880. I'm going to move to amend that line from 54309 down to 0, with the notion that we can do the follow-up through our PAC process and revisit with council as appropriate.
Second.
Motion and second. Any question or discussion on Mr. Decker's motion?
No, just that we need to get it going. I think it's a really good idea.
I think there's clearly some things here that need to be worked. I think it's a great idea. I'm very open to this position. I think it makes a lot of sense, but kind of like what we've already done, set the precedent with the position in the sheriff's office. Same kind of thing here. Let's run it through the PAC process, get some of these things figured out, and then we can address it later at that point.
Nice.
Any other questions? Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote on Mr. Decker's motion.
Councilor Wills?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
Yes, I lost my dog. Yes.
Councilor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Munson?
Yes.
Councilor McKim?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay. So Ms. Shell will get those numbers updated for us. Are there any other questions? Yeah, Ms. McKim?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm inclined to support the mechanic idea. I mean, we have to pay for fleet somehow. We know that we know that we can't do it through MVH, and we know that and there's some challenges with outsourcing it. So I think we ought to give that a try. I'm a little concerned about all those service category lines, but I also agree that this is kind of a new concept, and that the money can't go anywhere. I mean, it's stuck in the 30s in fleet. So if it doesn't get spent, it reverts. It's not like there's anywhere else to transfer it around to. So I guess I'm not as concerned about trying to reduce those numbers immediately. But I mean, if anyone else wanted to make a motion, I could certainly support it. But like I said, because it is new, I'm perfectly happy to just do it as an experiment, and it'll revert if it doesn't get spent.
Ms. Hawk, did you have a comment or a question?
Right, a question. Did I turn myself off? I've got a gray box in front of everything I'm supposed to be trying to click on. I can't see it.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. All right. You know, maybe I should know this and I just don't, but I don't see anything there for the coroner's vehicle. I mean, is there some reason why we don't have, I see different vehicles in there, but is there some reason why we don't, or is it just budgeted in the coroner's budget? And why would that be the case?
We did just get the van for her. That was completed, and that should be in her budget. She should have this in her budget, and if she doesn't, then I would assume that we're going to be okay. If we do get a mechanic, that we should be okay and we can take care of it. And I also wonder if that falls under PS Lit, but I don't know the answer to that. That's a legal question.
Well, I would certainly think that would be appropriate, as well as the animal control, because we know that could go under PS Lit.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way coroner could. I haven't seen, I mean, I'm not one of the lawyers, but that doesn't sound anything like any of the categories that is allowed for PS Lit.
Okay, so why do you believe that's the case? I mean, animal control, we have animal control in the PS Lit now, right?
Because they are law enforcement officers, and law enforcement is one of the categories that's included. Is Margie on? She might be able to.
Confirm. Could be a question.
The coroner has law enforcement powers in certain circumstances over the sheriff. Now that's little practice, very little known. Just food for thought.
The only person in the county who can arrest the sheriff.
I am on. Sorry, I was trying to find my screen so I can mute. What?
I wasn't saying put coroner there. I was saying put animal control there.
Will somebody let me know what the question is again?
So, Margie, we're wondering if if the coroner's vehicle maintenance can be moved to PS Lit, if that is truly a law enforcement function of county government.
No, animal control. Animal control.
Animal control is a law enforcement function. It is, they do, it's a division underneath the sheriff's department. Coroner is not.
My question about the coroner was, should we have a line item there for the maintenance because we have everything else? I didn't mean.
And I think the answer to that is yes. It's not in the coroner's.
Just swap it out for animal control, and then we'll put another line in.
One thing at a time.
Yes, quick, swap it. Okay, whatever. I'm getting tired. Sorry.
All right, council. I move we add line 31012 coroner maintenance, and with then an appropriation of 0.
Second.
They can transfer around.
Right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or discussion on this? Yes, Kim.
What was that number again?
It was just the next one after emergency management, 31012. Is that free?
I'll check. That's what I wanted.
Thanks.
Well, it doesn't sound like there's any questions about this, but we probably need to wait until we know what the number is.
I think Councilor Munson had her hand up.
Did you have a question? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll ask a question now. Is it the last line, 38020 replacement/repair? Can that be used for any department?
Yes. This is generally our insurance deductible payments. So if there is an auto accident totaling a vehicle, so I know we've used it on sheriff's vehicles in the past, even though they're elsewhere. Yeah, it's pretty open line.
Okay, but it's not to be used for maintenance, or it can be?
It shouldn't be. I suppose if the repair were significant enough, we could. because it's listed under replacement/repair, but that's not how we typically function with this
Okay.
line. Does that make sense?
Yes, so the next question would be, are are all the departments now covered with the addition of the coroner?
This is Angie. I was going to jump in.
Because
No.
I can't easily go back and check on different department budget.
Correct. We don't have probation in this.
Okay.
We don't have the youth services in here. They both have I believe they have their own lines to cover their expenses associated with their vehicles. So no, it just does not include all departments.
So
Angie is correct. Angie is correct about that. Remember, Linda Brady mentioned she had a conversation about probation vehicles being paid for during her budget presentation.
Right. And MVH is not in here, of course.
I don't want to cut anybody off, but it's 9:40 and we still have a couple budgets to go. Can we get this, confirm this number and vote on this budget and move on? I'm sorry.
Please. Michelle, is that number good?
No, that number is not available. The number that you can use is 31015.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, why did I open my mouth about it?
Okay.
Do we need a second on that number?
The motion's been seconded.
I amend my own motion.
All right.
Yep. Okay. Can we do a roll call vote on the motion, please?
No, just go ahead.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Hogg,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Wells.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay.
So
We
then
did not change the numbers.
No,
we
that doesn't
did.
change
We got
the
rid of fleet building administrator.
No,
Oh,
you did. And then a reminder that you have the animal control line that you can.
Yeah.
I think that $2,000, let's just keep it there.
Okay.
You guys can move that
What?
down to,
Get it right. $2,000. Come on, 2 seconds. Do it.
are you making a
Oh.
motion?
oh, all right, I really want to get rid of the, okay, council, we move the $2,000 from line 31004 animal control maintenance to 31015 coroner.
Second.
All right.
Oh.
We have a roll call vote on the motion, please.
Shame me into making a motion.
Hold on. Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead. Sorry.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Please give me a moment to change things around.
Okay. That was 2 minutes well spent there, considering we're 4 hours and 35 minutes into the meeting tonight.
We will remember that next year. Commissioners need their own guide.
Yeah, I think so too.
But you agree with me, Jeff?
Yes, I do.
I think we'll do a postmortem once we get through all of this, and we may want to extend the time frame in which we have budget hearings in the future. 4 nights.
I think
is
they should
fine.
go to 11 at night. Let's become like the city council. 11
Oh.
at night, 12, 1.
Life
Stop
goals.
it. We're no longer that dedicated.
Wait a minute, after all that.
We got through the first 2 hours real quick. I mean, that was a breeze.
Yep.
Give me a big old $5,000 raise. I'll sit here another hour.
I think it is changed.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean that it's ready to look at. Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got to make it big enough on my screen here. Okay, council, I move that we approve the amended personnel total in the Commissioner's Fleet General Fund 1000-0307 to the total of $31,906 for a total budget of $63,106.
Second.
Second.
Yes.
Oh, never mind.
That makes sense.
Unless anybody really wants to have anything more to say about this, I think we're ready to vote to accept the budget.
We're ready to
Roll
go.
call, please.
I was having a moment because I did a negative and then I remembered, oh, I put a positive. So.
Math.
All right, so you are ready to, do you have the? You got all,
Yeah.
all you need? Okay, all right, roll call on the final vote.
Okay, so to approve the Board of Commissioners General Fleet Fund 1000-0307 budget requests as presented with amendments. Counselor Wilkes,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1114-0068 Lit Special Purpose Commissioners, Personnel and Supplies Categories 0, Services $17,280, Capital $18,000 for a total budget of $35,280.
Second.
All right, things are going to continue to move more quickly as we move through these funds. This is the Lit Special Purpose Fund, correct? You kind of fell out on me there. Okay, good, perfect. So this is a reduced budget, another reduced budget, $10,720. Increase in utilities from $16,000 to $17,280. We did include a decrease in the building costs since the Youth Service Bureau has a brand spanking new beautiful building that should have a farm next to it for the kids, from $30,000 down to $18,000. So that's a total reduction of $10,720.
Okay. Any questions or discussion for the Commissioner's Public Safety Lit budget?
No, the Lit Special Purpose.
Or Lit Special Purpose, I'm sorry. Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote to accept the budget.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Wilkes,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Munson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1138-0000 Cumulative Capital Development. Personnel category $586,711. Supplies 0, services $1,055,000, capital $2,003,000 for a total budget of $3,644,711.
Second.
Great. This fund line, as you know, has a set rate. This reflects a total increase in the budget of $600,000 from 2020. There is a current cash balance in this fund of $2,873,562. Projected revenue in 2021 is $2,460,498. Items of note here. We are trying to combine all of the building repair into one line, 30067. And in the 40s, we do have the Bicentennial Trail included here at $500,000. I will note that it's maybe a potential place or facility that we can spend some money on from the Food and Beverage Fund if we so choose. That will be up to the Food and Beverage Tax Advisory Commission. Airport development.
What you just said about the what line?
I just was talking about the Bicentennial Trail, which is on the north side, 42005. That's in there now, and if we're going to need to do more with that trail. We're getting just past the fire station hill on Old State Road 37 North, and we have more to go. So that's another option down the road. Airport development was reduced. It was high in 2020 due to the grant situation that's been settled. And I would also say that we have 42700 additional highway support, additional monies for highway if they need it. And 45310, which I'm going to have to look at in my other computer here. 45310, lease purchase equipment. This is the copier lease, and that is that we cannot pay for the copies themselves or the toner out of this fund, but we can pay for the lease. So, and that should be a different, that amount was corrected, right, Angie? Yes, it was. Okay, 100,000. Yeah, that's the correct amount. Thank you. I've got 3 spreadsheets in front of me. So, all right.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the Commissioner's Cume Cap budget? Okay, I don't have any. So we'll have a roll call vote to accept the Commissioner's Cume Cap budget.
Councillor Deckard?
Yes.
Councillor Welts?
Yes.
Councillor Hawk?
Pass.
Councillor Iverson?
Yes.
Councillor McKim?
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Councillor Munson?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
I'm not sure that would, I think, did Councillor Hawk vote yes or pass?
I know, I passed. It's my philosophy that I think we should not always budget all of it so that if they have a big project, then we can participate in that decision. So that's just the difference in the way I feel about it. It's sort of what we've been trained when we go to some of the county council meetings at state. We want to be a part of the decision.
So motion passed, majority 6-1.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1170-0307 Public Safety Lit Fleet. Personnel, $43,460. Supplies and capital, $0. Services, $86,000 for a total budget of $129,460.
Okay.
Did we get a
Okay.
second? Second. We did.
All right. So for this, you have the 2/3 of mechanic and all the ancillary fringe. There is a $10,000 increase in the sheriff vehicle maintenance line based on past costs. That's it.
Okay. Any questions?
Not
Right.
saying a word about, we don't have the animal control in there. Is this where we would put the animal control? No.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier about a tool allowance. Is this where that would go?
No, animal control goes here.
Mhm.
No, I would not recommend the tool allowance here.
Okay, because it's non-MVH and it's non-public safety.
Yeah,
necessarily.
yeah.
We don't know what percent of it's going to be public safety, so.
Yeah.
All right, do we want a line for animal control maintenance?
You said it, I didn't.
Council, I move we add line 31008 animal control maintenance.
Second.
Okay. We want to discuss this? Doesn't appear so. We'll do a roll call vote on Mr. McKim's motion to add. Yes, Michelle? You're muted.
What was that number again? We're having trouble hearing you.
31008.
I have 31008 being surveyor maintenance.
Public safety? Oh. Or you're saying you want this to match what the fleet fund says. All right.
Right. Yeah, we'll use the same number. It just will have a different fund number.
Oh.
The account number will be the same.
Oh, we need a break.
Okay, so that'd be
We messed it up. We
Right.
messed it up because we moved it.
4.
All right, so I amend my motion to have it be 31004.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? We'll do a roll call vote, please, on Mr. McKim's motion.
Councillor Deckard,
Yes.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Hawk,
Yes.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor Wilkes.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay. We've got that taken care of. Any other questions, comments on this one? Ms. Hawk, did you have anything?
Not one thing.
Okay. We'll do we'll do a roll call vote on to accept the budget.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor Deckard,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor Wilkes,
Yes.
Councillor Hawk.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right. We can all take a deep breath here. We've arrived at the final budget for the evening.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 2502-0000 Cable Franchise User Fees, Personnel, Supplies, and Capital 0, Services $304,001 for a total budget of $304,001.
Second.
Okay.
So I shall be quick. The last line on their IT infrastructure was zeroed out because Mr. Evans, who always gets the best deal for us on the best equipment, is going to ensure, he says, if he can, that our Nat U Hill infrastructure refurbishment job is done by the end of the year. This is to redesign the room, to manage the acoustics for the microphones. We can all imagine a day when we could be sitting in a room together. And an improved connection from Nat U Hill to Telco Hotel, which will help our CATS broadcast. We are In conversation with Mr. Evans, we've seen more people interested in being on Zoom meetings. We are going to keep a Zoom capability while simultaneously doing synchronous in-person meetings in the future. So we are improving the technology, and it's all about keeping the public informed. So I'm kudos to Mr. Evans, and we're going to work on that. There is an increase I'd like to request in line 35003 that is not on there right now in reprographics, the old term for Xeroxing, which is still an old term. 35003 reprographics, $46,000. That will be for the toner and the copies that come out of those many, many copy machines that we have.
Yes, council, I move we add budget line 35003 and reprographics and set it to $46,000.
Second. Any question or discussion?
Yeah, this is just, remember we took 16,000 out of tech services in the general fund plus 30 that the commissioner said they needed.
Yep. Any other questions on this?
On just what he just said, or the whole budget?
Not just on the motion.
Oh, no.
Okay. We'll do a roll call vote on Mr. McKim's motion.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor Deckard,
Yes.
Councillor Hawk,
Yes.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay. Thank you. Any other details you wanted to share regarding the budget, Commissioner Thomas?
No, I think we're good. This is overall a reduction, even with that recent addition, a little over $126,000. Let's see if my colleagues have anything they want to add.
No, I thank the council for all their hard work.
Thank you.
I agree.
I hate to ask a question.
Councilmember Hawk?
I really hate to bring this up. However, I think it's real important that we, and I'm talking about cats, that we recognize how important it is to start covering some additional meetings. The Tourism Commission, that's, we're talking about a lot of money there, and I think we've talked about making sure that's covered on cats. Also, we have a lot going on with Monroe Fire District where people will be interested in that. And I just think we need to, and I understand if I understand this right, it's up to the commissioners to say what it is that we want covered. And so that's the reason why I think this is the proper time to say, and to remind everybody that we have thought that we should give more coverage of some of these very important people, different meetings that are spending a lot of money that the public has an interest in. So I don't know what else that costs. If they do it in the form of a Zoom, can then cats pick that up easily enough to play it back? I don't know how that works. Just my 2 cents worth. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Mr. McKim?
I guess I would just comment that, yeah, that's certainly a reasonable request. And this fund actually does have a little bit more room in it. We took a lot out of it when Smithville stopped providing video services. And so we lost all the Smithville revenue, but Comcast has been, sorry, I'm having technical issues. Comcast is still pretty robust. Hasn't really decreased a whole lot, and so we're still getting probably over $450,000 a year in revenue for what is now a $350,000 budget. So there would be room to work with. I mean, obviously we can't negotiate with them on the fly here, but there is a little more room in this budget if expanded services were desired.
Okay, thank you. Anything further before we vote? All right, I think we're ready to accept the cable franchise user fees budget, or vote to accept it.
We need to restate the number, please.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, right. Sorry. Let's see. So council, I move to have us approve Fund 2502-0000 cable franchise user fees with the amended amount in the services category to $350,001 for a total budget of $350,001. Did I say that right?
Second.
You sound funny, didn't it?
Okay, I think we've discussed everything thoroughly and we're ready to take a vote.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Hallelujah. We are going to recess now until tomorrow, September 11th at 5 p.m. We'll see you all at that time. Have a great evening.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.